Chapter 1536. Boom! An extremely terrifying power exploded, as if an ancient volcano had erupted. Its might was tyrannical and unparalleled, destroying everything. The net formed by the sword threads was unable to completely block it. Accompanied by a world-shaking rumble, Chunzong only felt an extremely shocking power erupt like a mountain flood or an avalanche, brazenly charging over at the fastest speed possible with the intention of destroying everything in its path. Chunzong's expression changed greatly as he was extremely shocked. Lightning step 9 heavens, 4th step. His speed instantly reached the peak. Both of his legs were completely covered in lightning. The muscles on his legs trembled and swelled, bursting with an extremely shocking might. It was as if his legs were about to burst. Chunzong felt that the exploding red light was an astonishing threat to him. It might even cause him to suffer heavy injuries and exceed his limit. The explosion resounded through the heaven and earth. The earth trembled incessantly as cracks rapidly spread out. It was as if a giant beast was about to break out of the ground. The red light covered all directions, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters. Countless explosions resounded unceasingly. Chunzong seemed to have been blown apart and lost his breath. Manly's eyes condensed. His golden eyes flickered with dense light, as if he could see through everything. He swept his gaze across and sensed carefully. Boom! An incomparably terrifying flaming hurricane swept over, connecting the heavens and the earth like a giant dragon absorbing. It swept over, repelling, absorbing, and shaking the red light. Manly's expression greatly changed. His claws blasted out countless chi as he rapidly retreated. That flaming hurricane brought him a feeling of death. It was extremely terrifying. If he were to face it head-on, it would definitely not feel good. Even though he retreated quickly, Manly was still affected. His chi and blood were shaken. The flames and hurricane dissipated, revealing a ravaged pit and ruins. A figure holding a sword gradually walked over. Astonishing sharpness condensed and pervaded around him. Chunzong's battle intense sword. His sword chi was incomparably condensed. The prodigy of the vast, desolate domain was indeed extraordinary. The pressure he brought to him was much greater than Gong Tianxing. Strong. This was a powerful enemy, a true opponent. An opponent that could allow him to take a step forward under the pressure. The battle intent in his heart was completely ignited. At this moment, Chunzong temporarily put everything aside and only wanted to fight to his heart's content. Manly's eyes narrowed. This genius from the Tianyuan sacred domain does have some ability. It's really unexpected for him to be able to fight me to this extent. As for the warriors of the vast desolate land, because of the environment they lived in, most of them spent their childhood in battle. Most of the warriors of the vast desolate land were warlike by nature. They battled with other martial artists and giant desolate beasts. Most of their lives were spent in battle. The stronger the opponent, the greater their fighting spirit. On the contrary, the cultivators of the vast wilderness simply did not have any interest in the weak. In the beginning, barbarian who only wanted to obtain the high-grade desolate jade. But now, Chunzong had ignited the battle intent in his heart. That battle intent that originated from his bones soared to the heavens, causing the golden aura around his body to burn even more intensely. It was as if a raging flame was burning, resplendent and dazzling. Battle intent. Sword essence. Formless yet seemingly materialized, terrifying forces collided with each other, creating a shocking storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. The golden light in Manly's eyes became even more intense, while the light in Chunzong's eyes was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, piercing the sky. Suddenly, just as the two were about to attack again, an incomparably evil and tyrannical aura suddenly exploded from the distance and rapidly spread over at an astonishing speed. Chunzong and Manly's complexion changed greatly. This evil aura came from a demonic being. There was no doubt about this. However, it was many times stronger than the mid-grade demonic beings they had killed before. A high-grade demonic being. A high-grade demonic being was actually attacking. A high-grade demonic being was equivalent to a 9th-layer Saint Realm or a 9th-order Beast Transformation Realm powerhouse. The two of them were indeed very strong, but in the face of a high-grade demonic being, they were still not enough. Although the stronger the opponent, the better. Knowing that the opponent's strength was far above their own, if they still wanted to challenge it, they would be overestimating themselves and seeking death. Go! Making a prompt decision, Chun Zong and Hu Manly didn't have any thoughts of continuing to attack. They immediately separated and fled in two different directions. A black storm quickly swept over from the distance. Its speed was many times faster than Chun Zong and Hu Manly's. It was a demonic being shrouded in black smoke. In addition to its scarlet eyes, one could vaguely see the outline of its body under the black smoke, like a ghost. There seemed to be a little bit of black lightning shuttling back and forth within it, releasing an extremely terrifying aura, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This kind of aura made Chun Zong and Hu Manly tremble uncontrollably. Immediately, the demonic being shrouded in black smoke had scarlet eyes flickering endlessly. It emitted an incomparably evil cold light as it swept past Chun Zong and Hu Manly. Its gaze seemed to have substance, causing Chun Zong and Hu Manly's bodies to tremble once again. A burst of coldness gushed out from the depths of their bones like spring water, instantly engulfing every part of their bodies. The malicious coldness made them feel as if their whole body was frozen. Chun Zong quickly circulated his cultivation technique with all his strength, along with the ancient refining flame's secret art, resisting and dispelling this terrible coldness that seemed to originate from the depths of their bones. The energy around Hu Manly's body became more and more intense, as if a raging flame was crazily burning, dispelling the cold. Run! The crisis of death made Chun Zong and Hu Manly's alarm bells ring. They were overwhelmed with shock. In a split second, the high-level demonic being made its move. Two black lightning bolts shot out from the black smoke at an extremely fast speed. They were like lightning bolts as they instantly crossed several thousand meters to attack Chun Zong and Hu Manly. Their killing intent was astonishing, and the incomparably terrifying aura of annihilation seemed to want to shatter their backs and bodies and destroy them. Chun Zong was horrified. He felt as if he was about to be destroyed. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and unsheathed the scarlet hellfire flowing sword. The sword seemed to disappear in the air, leaving behind countless sword lights that intertwined like mist. Limitless sword chain. This was a sword technique that he had created in the fierce battle with Hu Manly. It was suitable for close combat, and he immediately unleashed it. The sword lights were endless, limitless, 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 limitless. It seemed as if there was no limit. Once it was unleashed, it seemed to transform into a vast swamp, a vast ocean, or a boundless sky. It could entangle, submerge, and contain everything. However, this sword technique had yet to reach the true limitless level. In an instant, the sword lights were heavily smashed by the black lightning, carrying an incomparably terrifying killing intent. His hair stood on end. Extreme Heart Sword Style. In this life and death crisis, Chun Zong's heart domain seemed to be strengthened, allowing him to vaguely capture a trace of fluctuation and trajectory. The attack of the demonic being was too fast. The gap between them was too big. It was already very difficult to capture a trace of its trajectory. Chun Zong could only use his fastest sword attack. Extreme Heart Sword Style. It went beyond the limit to attack. In just an instant, the Extreme Heart Sword Style was smashed. All the power of the Scarlet Inferno Flame Sword was also smashed. The power of that black lightning was too tyrannical, exceeding the upper limit of what the sword could withstand. Chun Zong faintly heard that the Scarlet Inferno Flame Sword seemed to let out a mournful cry, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. That incomparably terrifying power blasted towards Chun Zong. Chun Zong felt as if his arm was smashed, and even his body was torn apart as he was sent flying. Strong. It was too tyrannical. It was simply on two different levels. There was no way for him to resist. In just one attack, the Scarlet Inferno flame sword was damaged, and he himself was heavily injured. If he was unable to resist another attack, perhaps he would have to expose his Azura doppelganger. The current Azura doppelganger was even more powerful than the main body. However, Chunzong estimated that the Azura doppelganger would at most be able to resist a single attack from the demonic being. In the distance, Barbarian Tiger had also withstood a single attack. However, the golden-red flame-like aura on his body was smashed. He had also dispelled his beast transformation and returned to his original form. This meant that his injuries weren't light, and it would be difficult for him to maintain his beast transformation. One more attack would be enough to kill him. The demonic being wouldn't hesitate and immediately attacked again. "Don't try to be fierce." A voice filled with killing intent and fury suddenly resounded from the sky. It was like a clap of thunder, and shortly after, an incomparably terrifying palm print descended from the sky. It was like a palm that fell from the sky, covering a radius of 100 meters. It was incomparably real, and the 5 fingers of the palm were incomparably clear. Every single palm print was like a carving. The huge palm flipped the sky and the earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Countless chaotic auras were suppressed and condensed. The extremely terrifying pressure caused the high-rank evil being's attack to pause. Soon after, the black smoke that pervaded its body dispersed, revealing its ghost-like body. The might of this palm was too tyrannical. It was vast and mighty, and it was incomparably overbearing. It also contained astonishing fury and killing intent. Just a moment of carelessness, and 2 peerless geniuses were almost killed by the demonic being. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape the blame. After all, their purpose was to supervise and protect. There might be a high-level demonic being in the periphery of the Tianyuan ruins. If they were lucky, they wouldn't encounter it. If they were unlucky, they would encounter it. Although these peerless geniuses were very strong, compared to the high-level demonic being, they were still far from it. Just a little bit more, and those 2 peerless geniuses would have been killed. At that time, they would have failed in their duties, and they would have been held responsible for it. Fortunately, they reacted in time. Although they reacted in time, their anger surged and turned into a fierce and direct killing intent. That palm strike with all its strength seemed to be able to shatter the earth. It struck down. Chunzong and Barbarian Tiger were greatly shocked when they saw the huge palm strike down. Too strong. It was really too tyrannical. Even if they were at their peak and used all their strength, they wouldn't be able to resist this palm strike. They would have been defeated in an instant, turned into ashes, and died. Under this palm strike, the tyrannical high-level demonic being erupted with all its strength to resist. It tried in vain to break through, but it was powerless to do so. It could only be suppressed, defeated, and destroyed under this palm strike. Boom! Chapter 1537. Boom! The earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The entire ground was shaking, which was caused by the palm strike. Countless amounts of dust rose from the edge of the giant palm and surged out in all directions. The waves were more than 10 meters high, as if they were a huge wave that was going to swallow everything. Wave after wave, accompanied by incomparably violent tremors, billowed wantonly. Dust and smoke flew, and the originally turbid air became even darker. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Chunzong could clearly feel the tremors. It was very strong. The tremors lasted for more than 10 breaths before it gradually quieted down. When all the dust settled, the tumbling waves covered a radius of thousands of meters and almost hit Chunzong. At the center of it all was a huge palm print that was 100 meters in size. It was deeply embedded in the ground, more than 10 meters deep. The ground and the palm print had become extremely solid, and the palm lines could be seen clearly. As for the powerful high-rank evil being, it had already disappeared and turned into ashes. Chunzong quickly took out a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and consumed it. It was a healing medicinal pill that was very effective. As the medicinal pill's effect was dissolved, a cool aura spread throughout his body, alleviating the pain caused by his heavy injuries. Immediately after, Chunzong took out a medicinal pill to restore his strength and consumed it. Using both methods at the same time, he circulated his cultivation method and quickly recovered both his injuries and strength. Hu Manly also took out a medicinal pill to restore his injuries and strength. From afar, Hu Manly looked over with battle intent in his eyes. However, he did not approach and quickly turned around to leave. The original battle was interrupted by the appearance of the high-grade evil creature. Now that he had suffered heavy injuries and had not recovered, it was not suitable for him to fight again. High up in the sky, the peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who killed the high-grade evil creature with a single palm strike looked down and saw that Chunzong and Hu Manly could still move freely. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As for their heavy injuries, he did not care as long as they were not dead or crippled. On the contrary, the two of them had suffered heavy injuries. If they were to encounter the peerless prodigies of this world, they could still be eliminated to reduce the pressure of competition. The powerhouse at the peak of the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage in the sky no longer paid any attention to Chunzong and Hu Manly. After all, he was responsible for preventing any high-grade evil beings from appearing in this area. Chunzong stood in the same place for a moment. He didn't go far away. Instead, he let the power of the pill dissolve. He tried his best to heal his injuries and recover the energy he had consumed in the battle with Barbarian Tiger. The high-rank evil being's attack was extremely powerful. Even though he managed to block it, the Scarlet Hellfire Flowing Sword was also damaged, and he himself was also heavily injured. Taking a closer look at the Infernal Flame Sword, Chunzong noticed a faint crack on it. It was very small, but it made his heart sink slightly. This meant that the sword was truly damaged. It was unlikely that it would be able to withstand a high-intensity battle. Unknowingly, it would also indirectly affect the display of his strength. In addition, his injuries were very serious. Although some of them had been healed by the power of the pill, they were still very serious and had a great impact on his strength. Chunzong planned to recover his injuries and strength as much as possible here. Otherwise, in his current state, his strength would only be 30% of his peak state. The consequences of encountering a powerful enemy would be terrible. While refining and absorbing the pill to recover his strength and injuries, Chunzong also strode towards the huge palm print. The scene of the huge palm striking down from the sky still flashed in his mind. It was extremely tyrannical. Not only did it have an unparalleled tyrannical power, but it also contained profound mysteries. Many mysteries were engraved on the palm print and condensed into clear palm lines. Striding forward, Chunzong walked towards the huge palm print crater. Standing at the edge of the crater, he stared at the palm lines in the crater. Every line carried a profound aura. In Chunzong's eyes, it was as if the lines were alive and dancing like dragons and snakes. This palm print was made by a 9th-level Saint Rudiment stage prodigy. Not only had his cultivation base reached the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, but his martial attainment was also very high. His comprehension, control, and application of Tao intent were also very shocking. Chunzong's eyes flickered. As the light flickered, it seemed as if there were countless lines intertwining. Invisibly, the refining speed of the pill increased, and his injuries and strength recovered faster. An unusual change suddenly occurred. An extremely tiny wisp of black smoke slowly spread out from the middle of the large pit in the handprint. It appeared as though a blade of grass had broken out from the ground. Immediately, it appeared to be a tentacle as it sensed the air, after which it transformed into a bolt of black lightning that swiftly rushed toward Chunzong. Too sudden, too fast. Before Chunzong could react, the wisp of black smoke had already rushed into the space between Chunzong's eyebrows and directly entered his spirit sea. Chunzong also reacted in an instant and quickly immersed his consciousness into his spirit sea. An extremely strange and evil voice rang out, reverberating endlessly in the divine sea. The wisp of black smoke quickly condensed and transformed into the appearance of the high-grade evil being from before. However, it had shrunk countless times and did not look as solid as before. Instead, it looked somewhat illusory. Immediately after, the high-grade evil being let out an extremely evil laugh, as though it had found its prey. It quickly pounced on Chunzong's soul. In its instincts, the aura emitted by the soul was extremely beautiful and tempting. As long as it could devour it, it would definitely bring great benefits to it. The high-grade evil being did not possess any intelligence. It only had instincts, and these instincts were the best choice. Earlier, its instincts told it that it would not be able to block that palm print. It had secretly separated a wisp of its soul and secretly survived. It had even deceived the powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage in the sky. Naturally, it was also because the powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage did not search carefully. Coincidentally, Chunzong happened to be close to it and provided it with an opportunity. Although Chunzong was surprised, he did not panic. Instead, he guarded his soul. The soul fire instantly burned brightly, as though it wanted to burn everything to ashes. A wisp of the high-grade, evil being's soul was equivalent to an external evil. The soul fire had a miraculous effect in resisting external evil. The evil being was caught off guard and was instantly burned by the soul fire. It let out a painful shriek that shook the spirit sea. Without any resistance, the wisp of the high-grade, evil being's soul was instantly burned, leaving behind only the purest wisp that merged with Chunzong's soul. Chunzong was stunned. He could only feel a stream of information continuously emerging and merging with his soul. Fortunately, it did not take long. In less than 15 minutes, the stream of information ended. Chunzong checked it, and a hint of joy appeared on his face immediately. The information was a special cultivation method. Spirit mastery technique. It was special because this cultivation method was not chi cultivation or body refinement. It was another cultivation system, spirit refinement. In other words, this was a special cultivation method for cultivating divine sense. As far as Chunzong knew, there were very few cultivation methods for cultivating divine sense. They were rare and precious. His divine sense was far superior to that of people of the same cultivation base. It was comparable to that of a 9th Heaven Saint realm expert. However, he did not fully utilize it. It was very shallow and crude. On one hand, it was because he did not have enough time and energy to comprehend it. On the other hand, more importantly, he did not have a suitable spirit refinement cultivation method. A cultivation method was equivalent to carving a path. Cultivating a cultivation method was equivalent to continuously moving forward along the path. Perhaps there would be some obstacles along the way, but it was much better than having no path at all. After a round of inspection, Chunzong was somewhat disappointed. The spirit mastery technique was not complete. Strictly speaking, it could be divided into two parts. What he obtained from the high-grade evil being soul was only the upper part. Then, another question popped up in Chunzong's mind. According to what he knew, evil beings were useless to cultivators except for the terrifying danger they posed. Killing evil beings did not give him any benefits. So why was he able to obtain such benefits? Suddenly, Chunzong thought of something. If he did not have the soul fire, his soul would have been devoured by the evil being, and he would have died an unnatural death. The evil being would then be reborn and become stronger. Previously, when he killed the middle and low-grade evil beings, there was no soul. Didn't that mean that evil beings would only have souls when they reached a higher level? Or was it that the high-grade evil being he encountered was special? Many thoughts flashed through Chunzong's mind. He was not sure which one it was. But in the end, he did obtain some benefits. Spirit mastery technique. The content was very subtle. However, Chunzong's comprehension was superb, and his divine sense was very powerful. Therefore, he was able to quickly understand and cultivate it. The powerful divine sense fluctuated in an extremely mysterious way, as if it was breathing. It felt like a sleeping beast was breathing. Every time it breathed, it would cause an astonishing power to surge. Chunzong felt that the surrounding space seemed to tremble slightly with the operation of his divine sense. Of course, This was only Qinzong's feeling. Others could not feel it all. Cultivating the spirit mastery technique not only made one's divine sense feel like a giant beast breathing, but it also felt like a gust of wind. It felt like a breeze for a moment and then turned into a gale in an instant. Sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. The changes were rapid. This required one to have enough control over one's divine sense, almost perfect control. This also meant that cultivating the spirit mastery technique was equivalent to cultivating the control of one's divine sense. Qinzong had a very good foundation. After the initial discomfort, he gradually became familiar with it. His huge divine sense was also gradually controlled. This feeling was very wonderful. When his divine sense spread out, it covered a range of 9,999 meters. Qinzong could feel that everything within this range had become very clear. The degree of clarity was at least 30% better than before he cultivated the spirit mastery technique. Qinzong was pleasantly surprised that he was able to have such an improvement during his first simple cultivation session. If he cultivated it more carefully, he believed that the improvement of his divine sense would be more obvious. I wonder where the lower part of the spirit mastery technique is. Another thought unconsciously appeared in Qinzong's mind. If the upper part was cultivation, then what about the lower part? Was it also cultivation? Or was it an application method? According to his guess, it should be an application method. After all, the cultivation of the upper part was quite complete and there were no flaws. If there was cultivation, there should be an application. Only then could it be called the spirit mastery technique. Chapter 1538. High up in the sky, the peak ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage expert who had killed the high-level evil creature with a single palm swept his gaze across the area. His gaze landed on Qinzong, who was at the edge of the deep pit. However, he did not notice anything unusual and did not pay much attention to it. Qinzong's injuries were slowly healing, and his strength was also gradually recovering. His divine consciousness was also gradually transforming as he cultivated the upper part of the spirit control technique. Everything within a radius of 9,999 meters became clearer and clearer. Moreover, a feeling of being in control gradually grew. His strength had completely recovered, but his injuries were only 70% healed. The remaining 30% could only be slowly healed. Qinzong also ended his divine consciousness cultivation. He only felt that everything within a radius of 9,999 meters was about 50% clearer than before he started cultivating. Immediately, Qinzong released his heart domain. 700 meters. He continued to compress his heart domain. The compression of heart domain was closely related to divine consciousness. Previously, Qinzong could only compress his heart domain from 700 meters to 100 meters. That was the limit. Now, when it was compressed to 100 meters, Qinzong did not feel the limit and could continue to compress. 1 meter after another. 99 meters. 98 meters. 97 meters. 96 meters. When Qinzong tried his best, he could compress it to 90 meters. 90 meters was the limit. After compressing his heart domain to 90 meters, everything within it became clearer and clearer. The feeling of being in control of everything became clearer. However, it was still not enough. It was just a feeling and did not feel like he was in control of everything. Previously, Qinzong guessed that it might appear when he increased his heart domain to 1,000 meters and compressed it to 100 meters. However, it seemed that it was not that simple. However, his feeling should not be wrong. When the heart domain was compressed to a certain extent, he might be able to control everything within. Qinzong was looking forward to it. With anticipation came motivation and motivation. With motivation, he would work harder. Now that his injuries were 70% healed and his strength was fully restored, although he was not at his peak, he could still exert 80% of his strength. As long as it was not a strong opponent at the level of the prodigy of the wilderness, he would be able to deal with it. It was a pity that a crack had appeared on the scarlet hellfire flowing sword, and it was slightly damaged. This damage would not affect the sword's power for the time being. However, it was like an ant's nest on a dam. It would collapse sooner or later. He only hoped that he would be able to survive this battle. After that, he would be able to obtain even better swords. Chunzong spread his divine sense out, covering a maximum of 9,999 meters. At the same time, he also split a portion of his consciousness to cultivate the spirit control technique, slowly refining his divine sense. The spirit control supreme art cultivated one's divine sense. At the beginning, it was naturally to strengthen one's divine sense. However, Chunzong's divine sense was incredibly strong, reaching the limit of what an ordinary Saint Realm Master could achieve, so his current cultivation was not to strengthen his divine sense, but rather to temper it. After all, although Chunzong's spiritual force was strong, wasn't refined enough. The process of cultivating the spirit control technique was like refining and forging a piece of crude iron, removing its impurities and extracting its essence, turning it into fine iron. What was surprising was that when a piece of iron was refined, its impurities would decrease. However, Chunzong's heart domain was refined. While it was refined, its impurities would not decrease in the slightest. Chunzong could feel a powerful divine will sweeping over him and covering him with it. Then, Chunzong felt two powerful auras enter the range of his divine sense. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing. The two of them were working together. It was not surprising that the two of them would work together. What surprised Chunzong was that the range of their divine sense exceeded his. How is that possible? The range of an ordinary ninth heaven saint realm cultivator's divine sense was 9,000 meters. The limit was 9,999 meters. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were both in the sixth heaven saint realm. Under normal circumstances, the range of their divine sense should be around 6,000 meters. Divine sense was different from other talents. Most of the peerless geniuses' divine sense was within the normal range. Only a few of them could have a stronger divine sense. However, it was almost impossible for their divine sense to exceed several levels. Only someone like Chunzong, who had reincarnated, could possibly do so. Chunzong felt that it was impossible for Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's divine sense to exceed 10,000 meters. However, the other party's divine sense had clearly swept over him first. Their range was greater than his. Chunzong did not know that Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were working together because they were used to working together. It was more advantageous for them to work together. Secondly, the two of them had cultivated a special divine will superposition technique, which allowed them to superposition their divine wills and split them into two. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's divine sense were at the normal range. Sixth heaven saint realm's divine sense was 6,000 meters. However, when their divine senses were stacked together, it became 12,000 meters. It could be said that they had the widest range among all the peerless geniuses here. Sometimes, the difference in range could decide many things. Initiative or passivity. Therefore, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's divine sense was the first to discover Chunzong. They immediately rushed over and approached him. They did not sense Chunzong's divine sense fluctuations, and they thought that Chunzong had not released his divine sense. This was because the divine sense combination technique did not only increase the range of one's divine sense, but it also increased the quality of one's divine sense to a certain extent. Naturally, this kind of divine sense combination technique was stronger than other people's divine sense. It was not easy for others to sense it, but it could sense other people's divine sense fluctuations. What they did not know was that Chunzong's divine sense was much stronger than theirs. Therefore, they could not sense Chunzong's divine sense, but Chunzong could sense it. Retreat. Chunzong instinctively felt that Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's approach was not a good thing, and he decisively retreated. Even if Chunzong was at his peak, facing two mid-sixth heaven saint realm peerless geniuses with malicious intent, he was not confident he could contend against them, not to mention now that he could only use 80% of his strength. Still thinking of escaping? A cold smile appeared on Chu Wangshi's face. He won't be able to escape. Chu Yuqing smiled faintly, as if she had everything under her control. With the two of them working together, they feared nothing. Not to mention, Chunzong was just a 5th Heaven Saint Realm bumpkin. How could he compare to mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm peerless geniuses like them? Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's inheritances were profound, and their cultivation was high. Their foundations were firm, and their innate talents were shocking. On top of that, they were taught by the eminent Saint Realm Venerable Master Xinyuan. Therefore, their strength was tyrannical, and their movement skills were exquisite to the extreme. Chunzong's injuries had not fully healed, and his strength and speed were affected. It did not take long for Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing to catch up to him. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing surrounded Chunzong from both sides. Chunzong's gaze swept over them, and he asked, "What do the two of you want?" "Hand over your storage ring." Chu Wangshi spoke directly, and his tone was arrogant, as if he was giving an order. Chunzong's expression sank. Hand over his storage ring. Chu Wangshi's intention was to search his storage ring for the heavenly essence jade. But at the same time, nothing in his storage ring could escape Chu Wangshi's scrutiny. A storage ring belonged to him, and everything inside belonged to him. Unless it was voluntary, no one would be willing to open their storage ring for others to search. It was akin to prying into one's privacy. It was a very disrespectful method, and it was a direct provocation to one's dignity. In the end, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing had never thought highly of Chunzong. When they had first met, they had also looked down on Chunzong, saying that with Chunzong's cultivation, he was not qualified to participate in the competition. Of course, Chunzong would not hand over his storage ring. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Chu Wangshi while paying attention to Chu Yuqing. "Don't try to struggle." Chu Wangshi seemed to have seen through Chunzong's intention, and he sneered disdainfully. Chu Yuqing also had a disdainful look on her face. Under the encirclement of two mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm cultivators, it was impossible for a mere mid-5th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator to escape. Chunzong's heart sank slightly. He could vaguely feel that the space around him had been sealed by a force. That invisible force was pressing down on him from all directions. It was as though it wanted to suppress him, making it difficult for him to escape. If it was one-on-one, Chunzong might be able to contend with them, but if it was one-on-two, and the two of them seemed to be experts in teamwork, there was no hope. Of course, if he exposed his Azura clone, he could definitely contend with them, or even defeat them. Should he expose his Azura clone? Chunzong's thoughts raced as fast as lightning. The Azura doppelganger could be said to be his greatest trump card. In a situation where others were watching, Chunzong wasn't willing to reveal it. One had to know that those half-step Great Saint Realm cultivators were all knowledgeable and experienced. If they saw through him, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. It would be a huge problem, and it would definitely be worse than now. So, if he did not expose his Azura clone, how could he escape from his current predicament? "You're still hoping for a fluke." Chu Wangshi was impatient, and a fierce look appeared on his face. In the next instant, a powerful aura spread out, and he was about to attack. "Wait!" Chunzong immediately stopped him, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Chu Wangshi. "Your goal is none other than the Heavenly Essence Jade. I'll give it to you," Chunzong said as he took out a Heavenly Essence Jade. So far, Chunzong had obtained 2 Heavenly Essence Jade, one low-grade and the other high-grade. Of course, Chunzong would not give the high-grade Heavenly Essence Jade to Chu Wang, so he took out a low-grade one. However, Chunzong's movements were extremely fast. While taking out the low-grade Heavenly Essence Jade, he also wrapped it with his own energy to isolate its aura. With a flick of his finger, the low-grade Heavenly Essence Jade shot towards Chu Wangshi at full speed. Then, Chunzong also used a secret technique that he hadn't used for a long time. Innate Ferocious Force Field. The innate Ferocious Force Field's power increased as Chunzong's cultivation increased. In the blink of an eye, The innate ferocious force field was unleashed, directly covering Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing. Chapter 1539. The baleful qi was boundless and abrupt, as if it had descended from the heavens, directly impacting Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's minds, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood seemed to appear in front of the two of them. Corpses and bones floated up and down, just like the purgatory of Azura. Countless mournful wails sounded like vengeful spirits demanding their lives. They could vaguely see countless pale white skeletal hands grabbing out from the river of blood, dyed with a layer of dark red blood, and an incomparably pungent smell rushed straight at them. Neither Chu Wangshi nor Chu Yuqing had expected Qinzong to have such a method, and they were momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Qinzong erupted with all his strength, directly executing the fourth step of the Thunder Stomp Nine Heavens. Lightning filled the air, wrapping around both of his legs, and boundless lightning energy danced wildly, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Taking a step forward, without any hesitation, Qinzong felt as if the muscles in his legs were about to be torn apart, sending waves of indescribable pain through his body. Ignoring the tearing pain in his legs, Qinzong's speed exceeded his limit. A bolt of lightning flashed, leaving behind a trail of dust. Just as Qinzong transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out at an astonishing speed, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing had also broken free from the heavenly baleful force field's baleful qi and recovered in an instant. But whether it was Chu Wangshi or Chu Yuqing, both of their expressions were ugly. A mere mid-fifth heaven saint realm cultivator actually dared to escape from under their noses. Chase. Without any hesitation, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing immediately executed their movement skills, chasing after Qinzong at full speed. Their cultivation was higher than Qinzong's by a whole layer, and their movement skills were also superior. So as they chased with all their might, the distance between them and Qinzong gradually shortened. Feeling the danger approaching, Qinzong once again erupted with power. His strength surging, he instantly turned around and retreated, unsheathing his scarlet hellfire flowing sword. Heaven-burning earth-fire, city-destroying hurricane. This move, which had a fusion rate of 80%, turned into an extremely powerful flaming tornado. It raged out in all directions, as if it was going to destroy everything. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's countenance drastically changed. That fiery tornado was so powerful that it made them feel threatened. How could a mid-fifth heaven saint realm display such a powerful martial art? It was unbelievable. At the same time, the two of them made their moves. With their combined strength, they immediately defeated the flaming tornado. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing have been accepted as personal disciples by Master Xianyuan ever since they were young. They had always cultivated together and were very familiar with each other. Thus, when they joined forces, their strength was extraordinary. Although the flaming tornado was destroyed, the two of them were delayed for a moment, giving Qinzong enough time to pull away. As the two of them approached each other again, Qinzong turned around and performed the combination of heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. As long as there was enough distance between them, Qinzong would have enough time to perform these two moves and explode with amazing power. However, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were strong enough to defeat them one by one. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing had no intention of giving up. In their opinion, a mere fifth heaven saint realm cultivator dared to play tricks on them. This was unforgivable. Xian Kongluo also noticed this and frowned. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face. He naturally didn't want to see the peerless geniuses of a Xianyuan world fighting each other, but the rules were as such and couldn't be violated. However, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's actions were a little too much. Xian Kongluo had high hopes for Qinzong. Naturally, he didn't like Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's actions, but he couldn't stop them. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. He could only hope that Qinzong would be able to escape. Time after time, Qinzong gradually felt the cracks on the scarlet hellfire sword widening. Although it was only a slight increase, it wasn't a good thing. But helplessly, he could only do this. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape from Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing. Compared to Wei Changtian, who had helped him, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were too overbearing. Despite the anger in his heart, Chen Zong didn't lose his mind. Chen Zong knew very well that with his current strength, he wasn't a match for these two. If he stopped and fell into their encirclement, it wouldn't bode well for him, unless he exposed his Azura clone. But if he exposed his Azura clone, he didn't know how much trouble he would get into. Thinking back, the ancient Azura king was betrayed by his friend because of the 10,000 Azura divine ability. Chase or escape. Chen Zong continued to venture deeper into the Tianyuan ruins. However, he was still in the outer area. It wouldn't be easy to cross the outer area and enter the inner area. He estimated that he would need to travel at full speed for a month. But the deeper he went, the more chaotic the Yuan Qi in the air became. The light also became dimmer. Then, Chen Zong felt a clear fluctuation of righteous Qi. It was the fluctuation of heavenly essence jade. Moreover, it should be a high-grade treasure. Not long after Chen Zong felt it, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing also felt it. Chen Zong decisively gave up on the idea of taking the high-grade heavenly essence jade. The most important thing now was to escape. On the other hand, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing hesitated. Should they continue to pursue Chen Zong, or should they go and take the heavenly essence jade? Maybe they could split up, one of them taking the heavenly essence jade while the other continued to pursue. But when they thought of Chen Zong's flaming tornado, they knew that it would be a great threat to them. The reason they chased after Chen Zong was because the two of them felt that they had been provoked. But more importantly, they would go and take the high-grade heavenly essence jade. The two of them discussed through voice transmission and decided to give up on Chen Zong for the time being. Taking the heavenly essence jade was their priority. Chen Zong also took this opportunity to escape, disappearing from Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's perception. Using the 9 heavens lightning steps continuously, Chen Zong ran very far away. He quickly took out some medicinal pellets to recover his strength and alleviate his injuries. Using overload had caused some injuries to his body, especially the muscles in his legs. Fortunately, he had a considerable self-healing ability. Coupled with the effects of the pills, the feeling of pain quickly disappeared under the effects of the cooling aura, and he quickly recovered. Thinking of how he was forced by Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing, Chen Zong's eyes emitted a cold light. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong observed his surroundings. After confirming that he was safe for now, he took a short rest to adjust his condition. Looking at the scarlet infernal flowing flame sword, he couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw that the crack had become even larger. The sword was damaged, and his injuries were not healed yet. It was really one disaster after another. This was bad news, but the good news was that he had obtained the soul raining art. After some cultivation, his divine sense had become even purer. He continued to cultivate. The soul raining art was constantly circulating, refining and purifying his divine sense. At the same time, it was also constantly recovering the consumption of his divine sense. Chen Zong's divine will covered an area of 9,999 meters. This allowed Chen Zong to detect other people's auras and react faster. Due to his injuries and the damage to his sword, Chen Zong tried his best not to fight others. He focused on searching for the heavenly essence jade and other treasures. With his powerful divine sense, Chen Zong avoided many troubles. His injuries were also 90% healed, and he was only 10% away from full recovery. The more his injuries healed, the more his strength would recover. The treasures in the heavenly essence ruins not only included saint herbs, but also saint materials needed to forge saint artifacts. All of them were very precious. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Chen Zong's injuries had finally healed, and his saint energy had also improved. However, he still could not break through to the 5th heaven saint rudiment stage. After all, the environment here was harsh and not conducive to cultivation. If he was in the outside world, he might have broken through after so many life and death battles. Although his cultivation base did not break through, his swordsmanship had become more brilliant. However, his divine sense was the one that benefited the most. After half a month of continuous cultivation of the soul-reigning art, Chunzong's divine sense was constantly refined. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times, and it had become even purer. Chunzong estimated that the purity of his divine sense had increased by 2 times. Such an improvement was extremely shocking. It allowed his control of his divine sense to reach a whole new level. However, when the purity of his divine sense had increased by 2 times, Chunzong also realized that it was extremely difficult to further refine his divine sense. It was as if he had reached his limit. Everything in the world had its limit. When it reached its limit, it could not be improved. Only by breaking through the limit could it be improved again. This was the law, and nothing could be avoided. Now, his divine sense refinement had reached its limit. Only by breaking through the limit could he continue to refine his divine sense to become even purer. Then, how to break through the limit? Chunzong did not have any clear idea. He could only persist in continuously cultivating the soul-reigning art. Perhaps after accumulating enough, success would follow naturally, and he would break through naturally. Now, his divine sense had reached a very brilliant level. Compared to a half-step great saint, it was not inferior at all. It was completely on the same level. If he broke through, it would be the level of a great saint. That would be too shocking. Apart from his divine sense, another thing that had changed greatly was his heart domain. Originally, the heart domain covered an area of 700 meters. Now, it had increased to 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. The heart domain was 1,000 meters. The heart domain of 1,000 meters covered an even wider area. After absorbing and condensing the heaven and earth yuan qi, the power of the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-destroying hurricane was several times stronger. These 2 moves, heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane, did not have any grades, because their power was closely related to the heaven and earth yuan qi that was instantly absorbed and condensed. Therefore, the wider the heart domain, the stronger their power. Another gain was the compression of the heart domain. The heart domain that was originally 700 meters was compressed to 100 meters, and that was the limit. Now, the heart domain of 1,000 meters was compressed to 50 meters, and that was the limit. When the heart domain of 1,000 meters was compressed to 50 meters, Chunzong had a strong feeling. Heart domain. In an instant, the heart domain spread out, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters. Subsequently, it started to compress. Chapter 1540. Heart domain. 50 meters. Limit. It had completely reached the limit and could not be compressed any further. Within the range of 50 meters, Chunzong felt that the clarity of the heart domain had already surpassed the surface, as if it was going to penetrate the surface and reach a deeper level. He vaguely had a feeling that he could see through everything. Everything within the range of 50 meters seemed to be under his control. It was as if he could grasp everything with his 5 fingers. Immediately, Chunzong stared at a fist-sized iron rock more than 10 meters in front of him. It was estimated to weigh more than 10 kilograms. Rise! With a low shout, Chunzong's eyes flickered. Under the influence of the heart domain's power, the iron rock trembled slightly and stopped, falling into silence. I didn't see it wrong, Chunzong said to himself. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted his state. 3 breaths later, Chunzong once again opened his eyes. This time around, there was no glint that was emitted from his eyes. There was no feeling of him deliberately exerting force. However, the rock that was over 10 meters away shook. Soon after, it was like a small rock that was blown by a strong wind as it rolled twice. It swayed and rolled for the 3rd time with great difficulty before it came to a stop and once again became still. The 3rd time, the stone shook again and rolled again. This time, it rolled continuously for more than 10 meters until it reached Chunzong's feet. Great progress. Chunzong was like a child who had found his favorite toy. He began to try again and again. The ninth time, rise! With a thought, the fist-sized iron rock trembled and floated in the air. It seemed to be somewhat difficult. It stopped at a height of more than 2 meters and then fell. Chunzong temporarily forgot about other things and focused on studying it. The 30th time, the fist-sized iron rock that weighed more than 10 kilograms flew in the air within the heart domain. However, its speed was not fast. It was about the same as an ordinary bird. To ordinary people, this speed was naturally very fast. However, to cultivators, it was extremely slow and did not have any deterrence. However, Chunzong was slightly happy as he saw some hope. If within 50 meters of the heart domain, it was possible to control even stronger objects, and their speed was even faster, wouldn't it be possible to use it as a means of attack? The idea was born, but it was not perfect. For a moment, it was still a little vague. However, it was like a seed was quietly planted. The iron rock was about 50 kilograms. Its upper limit of speed was about the full speed of an ordinary bird. Immediately, Chunzong tested the upper limit of weight. He found that 50 kilograms was the current limit. Currently, the control of the domain of 50 meters was of no help to him. It was like a chicken rib. However, Chunzong believed that it had great potential. What if the heart domain of the heart to 10 meters? Then, would the upper limit of the weight and the upper limit of the speed limit? If the limit of the domain of heart exceeded 1,000 meters, reaching 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, or even more, and then compressing it to 50 meters or even 10 meters, then wouldn't the ability to control be even more powerful? Everything was possible. It was also something that was worth his effort to study. If it was before, it would be very difficult. However, with the upper part of the spirit control technique, there was undoubtedly some possibility. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was worth his effort to pursue it. Dao in hand, Dao underfoot. He raised his sword. Immediately, another block of Sky Essence Jade was in his hand. Middle-grade Sky Essence Jade. In half a month, Chunzong found 7 blocks of low-grade Sky Essence Jade, 3 blocks of middle-grade Sky Essence Jade, and 1 block of upper-grade Sky Essence Jade. If the cultivators who had been active in the abandoned cities and ruins for years knew about this, they would be extremely jealous. Sometimes they might not even find a block of low-grade Sky Essence Jade after entering and exiting the Sky Essence ruins for several years, let alone middle-grade and upper-grade. Most of them might not even find a block of low-grade Sky Essence Jade after decades. Chunzong's harvest was undoubtedly shocking. However, Chunzong felt that it was not enough. He was sure that he was not the only one who found Sky Essence Jade. Even upper-grade Sky Essence Jade. High-grade Sky Essence Jade was the final deciding factor for the quota. As for middle-grade and low-grade, they were just supplementary. As for supreme-grade Sky Essence Jade, according to Chunzong's understanding, it was very difficult to find. After all, no supreme-grade Sky Essence Jade had appeared for hundreds of years. Even if there were, it would not be in the outer area. As for the inner area, it was not a place he could enter at the moment. Perhaps one day, when he was strong enough, he could step into the inner area and take a look. He might even step into the core area. When he thought of the core area, Chunzong did not know why, but there was a sudden fluctuation in his heart. It was as if there was a desire to step into the core area. It was as if there was something waiting for him there. Perhaps it was an opportunity, perhaps it was something else. All in all, he could only step into the core area when he was strong enough. At the very least, he had to be at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, or even the half-step Great Saint stage. That was still quite far from his current level, so he would not consider it for the time being. The most important thing now was to find more high-grade Sky Essence Jade and get the quota. Every day, apart from searching for Sky Essence Jade, Chunzong would constantly practice the spirit control technique to temper his mind. Although he had reached the limit of tempering and it was difficult to improve, the path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not push forward, he would be pushed back. If he did not try his best to paddle, he would be pushed back by the current. If he tried his best to paddle, even if he could no longer move forward, he could still maintain his position. When one reached the limit, Not retreating was a form of advancement. If he broke through the limit, he could continue to move forward. On the other hand, if he did not work hard and retreated, he would be far away from the limit. If he wanted to break through the limit in the future, it would be more difficult or even hopeless. His injuries were healed, but unfortunately, the Scarlet Inferno Flowing Flame Sword was even more damaged. The cracks on the sword had expanded due to the repeated battles. It seemed that the sword would not be able to withstand a few high-intensity battles before it was truly damaged. It was a pity, but there was no other way. It would not have been like this if it had not withstood the powerful attack of the high-level evil creature. The periphery of the Tianyuan ruins was very large. When they entered it, they were scattered like boats in the sea. It was not that easy to meet each other. However, during this period, Chunzong had encountered some peerless geniuses. Some inevitably broke out into fights, while others stayed far away from each other vigilantly. Chunzong's divine sense covered a radius of 9,999 meters. He was slightly stunned because he felt a trace of unusual aura fluctuation. It was not righteous aura. On the contrary, it was an indescribable aura that was difficult to distinguish between positive and negative. It seemed to be extremely hot, but also extremely cold. It was not the aura fluctuation of a sacred medicine, sacred material, or Tianyuan jade. It was not even the aura fluctuation of an evil creature. However, this aura fluctuation made Chunzong very curious. Thunder steps of a ninth heaven. The third step. This step was not slow, and the burden was not very heavy. Soon, Chunzong crossed thousands of meters and arrived at the place where the aura fluctuation was. The aura was drilling into the ground and was about to disappear. Chunzong caught a glimpse of shadow. It was like the shadow of a flickering candle flame. Chunzong's eyes suddenly narrowed, but he was somewhat uncertain. Heart domain. In an instant, the heart domain covered 1,000 meters and quickly compressed to 50 meters. It seemed to penetrate everything and could clearly capture the aura fluctuation. It was the remnant aura of the flame. Flame. There was a flame in the Tianyuan ruins? After the heart domain was compressed to 50 meters, its penetration ability was even more amazing. The hard ground could not stop it at all. The shadow of a flame immediately entered Chunzong's perception. It was very clear. That's... Chunzong's eyes suddenly shone with intense light and excitement. The rare flame of heaven. The rare flame of heaven and earth. The rare flame of earth was equivalent to the transcendent realm or the half-saint realm. The rare flame of heaven was equivalent to the saint realm or the half-great saint realm. Ever since he obtained and merged the two rare flames of earth, he had reached the peak of the rare flame of earth. However, he was unable to break through. Even after obtaining the mysterious ancient flame refining technique and cultivating it until now, he still lacked the opportunity to break through to the rare flame of heaven. Chunzong also knew that if he could obtain and merge the rare flame of heaven, he would definitely break through and become even stronger. The rare flame of earth had grades, and so did the rare flame of heaven. His purple cloud black star flame was currently the highest grade, grade 9. However, he did not know what grade the rare flame of heaven underground was. Chunzong covered it with his heart domain and carefully sensed it. Grade 3. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. He was secretly excited. A third-grade heavenly unique flame was equivalent to a third heaven saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Moreover, based on the aura emanating from the ball of flame, Chunzong could sense that it wasn't an ordinary third heaven saint rudiment stage powerhouse, but a third heaven saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Of course, a prodigy third heaven saint realm expert was nothing to him now. However, it meant that if he merged with the rare flame of heaven, the mysterious ancient flame refining technique would advance and increase his potential. This was the most important thing. Then, how could he obtain this rare flame of heaven? As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong immediately circulated the mysterious ancient flame refining technique and released the purple cloud black star flame. The so-called rare flame of heaven did not mean that it had intelligence, but it had spirituality. It was like an instinct. The spirituality of the rare flame of heaven was much stronger than that of the rare flame of earth. Chunzong summoned the purple cloud-black star flame. Its flame aura immediately spread out. To the rare flame of heaven underground, it was like a delicacy. As long as it could devour it, it would be able to further improve itself and greatly shorten the time needed. Becoming stronger was something that all creatures with spirituality yearned for. In other words, evolving and transforming one's life form was something that all creatures with spirituality yearned for. The ball of heavenly strange fire under the ground instantly moved. It only had spirituality, but it was not sinister or scheming. It did not have much discernment. In other words, it had some discernment, but it could not control itself in the face of temptation. In an instant, the ball of heavenly mystical fire rapidly rose from the ground and rapidly approached the slowly burning purple cloud black star flame. That ball of faint purple flame that was suffused with bits of black starlight seemed to constantly emit a kind of wonderful aura that was so attractive. Chapter 1541. The heavenly flame from underground shot up. Just as it was about to rush out of the ground, it paused. The flame flickered as if it was hesitating. Chunzong did not move or do anything else. He just waited patiently. The purple cloud black star flame was like delicious bait. The heavenly flame from underground was like a big fish, and Chunzong was the fisherman. Fishing required enough patience. One also needed to be calm and focused, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Time passed breath by breath. The heavenly flame waited quietly, as if it was waiting for danger to appear. However, it did not. The purple cloud-black star flame continued to emit a unique aura. It was fatally attractive to the heavenly flame from underground. After a while, the heavenly strange fire finally couldn't hold back and burst out with its fastest speed. It rushed out from the ground like a bolt of lightning or a stream of light. Soon after, the cluster of nearly black flames suddenly expanded like a giant beast opening its mouth. It suddenly pounced and swallowed the purple cloud-black star flame. It was like a peerless assassin. After one hit, it fled thousands of miles away. It rushed into the ground at its fastest speed, intending to enter the depths of the ground and escape. The heavenly flame was fast, but Chunzong was even faster. Mysterious ancient flame refining art. In an instant, it spun rapidly like an immemorial wheel, bursting with an unparalleled power. The purple cloud-black star flame had already been refined by the mysterious ancient flame refining art, forming an incomparably close connection with it. As the mysterious ancient flame refining art circulated at full force, the purple cloud-black star flame was immediately drawn toward Chunzong. Chunzong also used his movement technique to quickly approach and converge. The heavenly flame did not completely merge with the purple cloud black star flame. It was immediately affected. It paused for a moment and actually floated toward Chunzong. Great shock. The heavenly flame was greatly shocked. It immediately burst out with an even stronger power and rushed toward the ground. However, the purple cloud-black star flame within it kept moving upward toward Chunzong. The two forces were fighting against each other. The closer he got, the more powerful the ancient flame refining art became, and the greater its influence. As if sensing that something was wrong, the heavenly mystical fire became even more intense, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. An incomparably shocking power instantly spread out from the heavenly strange fire. Vaguely, it seemed to condense into the shadow of a flame demon. It roared menacingly at Chunzong, and its blazing aura covered the sky as if it wanted to burn everything into nothingness. Chunzong was able to recognize its origin due to its astonishing might. One of the heavenly flames, the remnant flame of the ruined empress. Among the heavenly strange flames, this was ranked rather high and possessed astonishing power. Even though it was only at the 3rd grade, the heat it emitted was enough to burn an ordinary 4th heaven saint rudiment stage to ashes. Chunzong, on the other hand, showed a hint of joy. Naturally, the stronger the heavenly mystical flame, the better. Of course, he could not force it beyond the limits of what he could bear. Otherwise, it would be difficult to subdue and refine it. Now is the perfect time. The ancient flame refining art circulated at full force. Chunzong charged directly at the remnant flame of ruins without hesitation, like a moth flying into a flame. The remnant flame of ruins also erupted with astonishing power. It expanded in an instant, as if it wanted to devour Chunzong's body and burn him to ashes. Refined. This was a battle for survival. If it did not burn the other party to ashes, he would be refined. If he did not refine the other party, he would be burned to ashes. The black flame covered Chunzong's entire body, burning wildly. Chunzong used the purplish cloud black star flame as a medium to circulate the ancient flame refining art at full force. He constantly absorbed the energy of the remnant flame of ruins into his body, refining it bit by bit. Even though it was only a third-grade heavenly mystical fire, its power was stronger than an ordinary fourth heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, when it entered his body, the burning sensation made Chunzong feel very uncomfortable. It was as if his entire body was being burned from the inside. Fortunately, he had the ancient flame refining art, which allowed him to resist it and refine it bit by bit. Sensing that its power had entered Chunzong's body, the mindless remnant flames of the ruined inferno immediately exerted more power, pouring even more power into Chunzong's body in an attempt to work with him from the inside and completely burn him to ashes. Unfortunately, Chunzong resisted it. Even though it was extremely painful, Chunzong did resist the burning. Refined. With the help of the purplish cloud black star flame, he refined the remnant flame of ruins bit by bit. Chunzong's body refinement cultivation was not high. It was only at the first level of the chaotic heaven stage because he lacked a suitable and powerful body refinement cultivation method. However, such a physique was much stronger than an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. A strong physique gave him a stronger ability to withstand burdens. In addition to the support of the ancient flame refining art and his powerful saint energy, Chunzong relied on his incomparably tenacious will to withstand it. When Chunzong had refined half of the remnant flame of ruins, its spirituality finally realized that something was wrong. It erupted further and struggled to break free. Unfortunately, it was too late. Immediately, the remnant flame of ruins went all out. Boom! It directly exploded in an attempt to blast Chunzong to pieces and perish together with him. Unfortunately, after refining half of the remnant flame of ruins, Chunzong's resistance to fire had greatly increased. Coupled with the fact that they shared the same origin as the remnant flame of ruins, not only did he withstand the explosive impact of the remnant flame of ruins, but he also emitted a suction force that quickly absorbed the remaining energy of the exploded remnant flame of ruins. He refined it with all his might. The blazing energy surged endlessly in his body. Chunzong felt as if he was about to be burnt to a crisp. The remnant flame of ruins and the purplish cloud black star flame also quickly merged. Time passed slowly. The shockingly blazing energy fluctuation was restrained. Then, it slowly spread out from Chunzong's body. It was extremely hot, as if it wanted to burn everything around it to ashes. Burn! 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 Gradually, the temperature continued to rise, becoming more and more shocking. Finally, a ball of black flames spread out from Chunzong's body. In an instant, it covered his entire body and burned fiercely. The heat it released was extremely shocking. Then, under Chunzong's control, the scorching black flame that spread all over his body quickly gathered in his left hand like flowing water. Finally, it condensed into a ball of burning, fluctuating flame on his left palm. The flame was dark purple, and it seemed to be emitting a purple halo. Inside, there were countless black flows. If one looked carefully, it was like a dark void. At the same time, a trace of fluctuation passed through the flame in his hand and into Chunzong's mind. Purplish world incineration flame. The heavenly flame was different from the earthly flame. The earthly flame was named by someone, but the heavenly flame had truly been recognized by the heavens and earth. It was endowed with a unique spirituality and power. Therefore, it was named naturally, after the remnant fire of ruin and the purple cloud black star flame completely merged. It became a brand new heavenly flame that was different from the remnant fire of ruin and the purple cloud black star flame. Naturally, it also had a new name. The purple expanse incineration flame possessed the shocking power of the remnant fire of ruin. It could burn everything into ashes, and it also possessed the purification ability of the purple cloud black star flame. At the same time, Chunzong also noticed that the purple expanse incineration flame had been upgraded to a 4th grade heavenly flame. Its level was equivalent to the 4th heaven saint rudiment stage, but its power was enough to kill an ordinary 5th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. However, Chunzong estimated that it was not much of a threat to an ordinary 6th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. However, the purple expanse incineration flame had enough potential to continue upgrading and become even more powerful. Moreover, heaven incinerating earth fire. Chunzong slashed out with his sword. This time, he did not use his heart domain to absorb the origin chi of fire and condense it on his sword. Instead, he mobilized the power of the purple horizon incineration fire and combined it with the will of earthly fire and his saint force to perform this strike with a unique technique. Boom! A terrifying and violent stream of flame blasted out in an instant. Its power was extremely violent. It was like a 1,000-year-old volcanic eruption that destroyed everything in its path. As the violent black flames blasted past, the ground shattered and was incinerated into nothingness by the terrifyingly high temperature, leaving behind an incomparably glossy ravine that continued forward. 100 meters away, the ball of violent black flame seemed to have exploded, blasting out a huge pit that was dozens of meters wide. The huge pit continued to emit shockingly high heat that was enough to burn an ordinary early saint rudiment stage cultivator to death. Chunzong sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of such a sword was not inferior to the heaven incineration flame that he had unleashed with his full strength previously. In fact, it was much stronger. This also meant that using the heavenly flame to unleash the heaven incineration flame was much more powerful than absorbing the origin energy of fire. Of course, if it was the purple cloud black star flame from before, it would not have such an effect. After all, it was only an earth flame. No matter how good it was still fundamentally different from the heavenly flame. It was like the difference between the power of the transcendent realm and the power of the saint realm. For a saint realm master, even if they were blessed with the strength of a transcendent or even a half-saint, there wouldn't be any significant improvement in their strength. In fact, the difference would be negligible. In terms of power, the two belonged to two different levels. Immediately, Chunzong tried again, using his heart domain to absorb the origin energy of fire, and then using the power of the purple domain incineration flame to unleash the heaven incineration flame. The power of this sword strike was even more astonishing and powerful, blasting out a huge pit that was 100 meters in diameter. Chunzong could not help but show a hint of joy. The power of such a sword strike was close to the fusion of the heaven incineration flame and the city-crushing hurricane. The third attempt was the strongest heaven incineration flame, followed by the city-crushing hurricane, allowing the fusion of the two swords to reach 80%. Boom! The sky shook and the earth trembled. The pitch-black flame hurricane raged wildly in all directions with endless power. It was directly twice as powerful as before. This meant that this move was enough to severely injure and defeat Gong Tianxing. Chunzong was naturally happy that his strength had increased imperceptibly. However, if the opponent was too strong, it would be difficult for him to have the opportunity to unleash such a powerful move. It would take a little bit of time. However, using the purple domain incineration flame did not take much time. Every ordinary sword strike would be more powerful. The purple domain incineration flame burned in his left hand. Chunzong was constantly familiarizing himself with the power of the heavenly flame, further mastering its power and unleashing it more thoroughly. At the same time, he swept the area with his divine sense in search of heavenly essence jade, especially high-rank heavenly essence jade. Chapter 1542. The 30th day, the last day. Hand over the precious jade, or bear the consequences. Two peerless prodigies from the cold sky world surrounded Wei Changtian. Their powerful auras locked onto Wei Changtian as they spoke in a domineering tone. Wei Changtian's expression was solemn as he held his sword in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at the person in front of him. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the person behind him. One of them was at the mid-sixth heaven saint realm, and his strength was not inferior to Wei Changtian's. The other was at the early sixth heaven saint realm. Although he was not as strong as Wei Changtian, he would have to go through an intense battle to defeat him. Now that the two of them had joined forces, they were suppressing Wei Changtian. However, how could Wei Changtian hand over the high-grade heavenly essence jade that he had gone through so much trouble to find? Let's fight then. Wei Changtian's gaze became sharper as his long sword hummed as it pierced through the air. In an instant, the sword light split into two and attacked from the front and back. You're courting death. The mid-sixth heaven saint realm prodigy from the cold sky world was enraged. His eyes were cold as he shouted and attacked at the same time. The early sixth heaven saint realm prodigy also attacked at the same time. His saber slashed through the air mercilessly. Now that it was the last day, time was of the essence. They needed more heavenly essence jade, especially high-grade heavenly essence jade. However, the person in front of them had taken away a high-grade heavenly essence jade right under their noses. No matter what, they had to get their hands on that high-grade heavenly essence jade. They even had to search Wei Changtian's spatial ring to take the rest. A battle was inevitable. Wei Changtian's sword technique was extremely profound. Every strike was simple and sharp and focused on lethality and efficiency. Under the sword light, the mid-sixth heaven saint realm prodigy could only defend himself. However, when the other person attacked, the two of them joined forces to turn the tables and suppress Wei Changtian. Wei Changtian's expression was firm as he used all his strength to resist the two of them. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to escape. The time was almost up. He had to leave this place and the heavenly essence ruins as soon as possible. If he missed the time, he would be seen as giving up. At that time, no matter how many heavenly essence jade he obtained, it would only increase his wealth. He would not be able to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. He tried to break through the encirclement, but he was blocked by his opponent. "Brother Wei, let me help you." A voice suddenly sounded in Wei Zhangtian's ears, causing him to be slightly stunned. Soon after, an incomparably violent and blazing aura blasted over from afar. Heaven-burning earth fire. Chunzong rushed over and slashed out with his sword. It was a powerful move as he charged towards the early sixth heaven saint realm expert. The early sixth heaven saint realm cultivator's expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to give up on Wei Changtian and turn to face the blazing sword light. The blazing and violent killing intent burned and destroyed everything. The early sixth heaven saint realm expert had to use all of his strength to resist the attack. Then, he swung his saber at Chunzong. Chunzong didn't back off at all. Instead, he attacked with his sword. The sword carried the powerful might of the purple universe incineration fire, which made it even more powerful. When the saber light shattered, the sixth heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator's expression changed drastically. He never expected his opponent to be stronger than him. Chunzong's strength was so strong that even Gong Tianxing wasn't inferior to him. What was an ordinary early sixth heaven saint realm expert to speak of? With an early sixth heaven saint realm expert down, Wei Zhangtian immediately turned the tables and engaged in a fierce battle. In an instant, Wei Zhangtian's sword and aura were like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. They were unstoppable as they gradually suppressed his opponent. Damn it! The cold sky world's prodigy's expression changed drastically. Since they couldn't do anything, they could only retreat. Without any hesitation, the two cold sky world's prodigies retreated and used their movement techniques to escape. Wei Zhantian didn't chase after them, and neither did Qinzong. Many thanks. Wei Zhantian saluted Qinzong with his sword and immediately used his movement technique to escape. Qinzong didn't mind as he used the third step of the Nine Heavens lightning steps and flew out of the Tianyuan ruins. Time was of the essence, and it was best to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, a figure stood proudly at the edge of the Tianyuan ruins, about 10 kilometers away from the ruins. He wore a long robe that seemed to be gold and silver at the same time. His hands were behind his back, and his feet were half a meter off the ground as he hovered in the air. His eyes were deep and boundless, as if they contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Wisps of aura emanated from his body, as if covering the entire world, bringing it under his control. This kind of power wasn't something that others could compare to. Behind this person, Gong Tianxing and Wang Yu also stood, but they had respectful looks on their faces. Senior brother Heavenly God is too strong. Senior brother might be the reincarnation of a heavenly god. The profound sacred palace's prodigies couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. They were all peerless prodigies that had been selected through many rounds of elimination. They were the cream of the crop and had an unimaginable pride. Even those who were more talented than them were unable to convince them wholeheartedly. However, Heavenly God Gong could. The heavenly god of the profound sacred palace was like the reincarnation of a heavenly god. He was so high and mighty that they could only look up to him. 10 miles away, the profound sacred palace's prodigies and the profound sacred palace's prodigies from the profound sacred palace's prodigies and the profound sacred palace's prodigies were watching. Heavenly God Gong, you're really impressive. The profound sacred palace's prodigy sneered. There seemed to be some inexplicable hostility in his tone. The profound sacred palace's prodigy didn't say anything, but there was some hostility in his eyes as he stared at Heavenly God Gong. 10 kilometers might seem like a long distance, and for ordinary people, it was impossible to see them. But for Saint Realm Masters, as long as there was nothing blocking their line of sight, they could clearly see them, not to mention these two peerless geniuses. The profound sacred palace's heavenly god's attitude was disgusting and unpleasant to them. However, in the end, it was just jealousy in their hearts. The three of them were all sacred princes of their respective realms. They were the most talented people in their respective realms. No one could compare to them. Unfortunately, the profound sacred palace's prodigy seemed to be stronger than them. He suppressed them and became the first sacred palace's prodigy. The two of them were very unconvinced. They didn't like the heavenly god Gong. Under these circumstances, no matter what the heavenly god Gong did, they wouldn't find him pleasing to the eye. On the contrary, the more they looked at him, the more disgusted they felt. The Azure Dragon Territory's prodigies just happened to be leaving the profound sacred palace's prodigies. They were about to leave the profound sacred palace's ruins and gather at the designated location. Stop! Suddenly, one of the profound sacred palace's prodigies spoke. His face was cold, and his gaze was like a blade. Since you've come here, it means you want to challenge Senior Brother Heavenly God. As long as you can escape from Senior Brother Heavenly God, each of you can obtain a top-grade profound sacred jade. If you can't, then each of you must hand over a top-grade profound sacred jade. Intercept. The profound sacred palace's prodigies, led by the profound sacred palace's prodigies, intercepted them when they were about to leave the profound sacred palace's ruins. They used a seemingly fair method to seize other people's top-grade profound sacred jade. This method is very inappropriate, the Azure Dragon Territory's half-step great saint said angrily. How is it inappropriate? The profound sacred palace's half-step great saint nevertheless smiled disapprovingly, even carrying a trace of pride. You Azure Dragon Territory can also do this. Doing this gave people a feeling that it was indeed inappropriate, but it did not violate the rules. After all, there was no such rule from the beginning. After those Azure Dragon Territories prodigies glanced at each other, they were somewhat moved. After all, in this month, their harvest was not great. If you can pass through here, then there is no need to hand over the top-grade Profound Sacred Jade. Each of you can obtain a top-grade Profound Sacred Jade. The Profound Sacred Palace's Saint Sun spoke, his voice indifferent, as aloof as a god. Be at ease, they will not act, and I will not move at all. You can also attack together. They refer to the Profound Sacred Palace's other prodigies. Hearing the Profound Sacred Palace's Saint Sun say that if the others did not act, he would not move at all, they were even more moved. After glancing at each other, they all nodded in agreement. They believed that no matter how strong this person was, so long as they worked together, they had hope of surpassing him. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Territories prodigies all moved, one after another exploding with their strongest power and fastest speed, about to pass by the Profound Sacred Palace's Saint Sun. From far away, Chunzong and Wei Changtian saw this scene and could not help but wrinkle their brows, especially when they stared at the Profound Sacred Palace. Their expressions became grave, very frightening. His cultivation was 6th level Saint Realm late stage, but they did not know how many times stronger he was compared to those 6th level Saint Realm middle stage prodigies. The Profound Sacred Palace's Saint Sun acted, yet he did not. His eyes only emitted a sharp light, and immediately the expressions of the Azure Dragon Territories prodigies changed one after another, as if they had suffered an invisible pressure. For a time, they were unable to move. That is, Chunzong's expression was stern. Under his incomparably sharp eyes and powerful perception, he could vaguely catch a trace of a tyrannical aura fluctuation. It filled the Profound Sacred Palace's surroundings and also covered the bodies of those Azure Dragon Territories prodigies. Force field. Chunzong immediately made a judgment. The Profound Sacred Palace's Saint Sun appeared to have not acted, yet he already dispersed the force field, suppressing those Azure Dragon Territories prodigies. The highest cultivation of these Azure Dragon Territories prodigies was 6th level early stage Saint Realm, and the lowest was 5th level Saint Realm peak. Facing the Profound Sacred Palace's Saint Sun's power, it basically did not have much resistance and could only barely move. Without a doubt, this was a kind of very frightening force field, and the Profound Sacred Palace's Saint Sun had cultivated it to a very high level. Under the heavy, profound force field suppression, the Azure Dragon Territories prodigies were completely unable to advance. On one side, the Profound World's prodigies sneered one after another. They overestimated themselves, unexpectedly actually wanting to challenge Senior Brother Heavenly Deity. Now, under Senior Brother Heavenly Deity's heavy, profound force field, they were basically unable to move. The gap was honestly too great. The Azure Dragon Territories prodigies had all lost. But unfortunately, only one of them took out a high-grade Heavenly Essence Precious Jade. The others did not, and their storage rings were searched, taking away those mid- and low-grade Heavenly Essence Precious Jade. They were incomparably sullen and incomparably humiliated. Chapter 1543. Numerous gazes fell on Chunzong, as though they were trying to see through Chunzong. Chunzong also felt the Taishian Saint's gaze, which was full of pressure. Chunzong knew that he could not avoid it this time. Originally, Chunzong had planned to take a detour and avoid the Taishian Saint. There was no need to go against the Taishian Saint now. But now, the Taishian Saint was staring at him. It was obvious that the Taishian Saint had his eyes on him. Perhaps Gong Tianxing had something to do with it, but it did not matter. Since he could not avoid the Taishian Saint, he would face him head-on. At the same time, he could also see what the Taishian Saint was capable of. With that thought in mind, Chunzong's battle intent surged from the depths of his heart. Without saying anything, Chunzong immediately took a step forward. He was determined and moved forward. Wei Zhangtian also took a step forward. Chunzong was slightly surprised, but he soon understood. Wei Zhangtian's aura was very sharp, and it was filled with a shocking power that could cut through all obstacles. This was a belief of a sword cultivator. It was a belief that belonged to Wei Zhongtian's way of the sword. It was different from Chunzong's way of the sword. This was also Wei Zhongtian's choice. Chunzong knew that even without him, Wei Zhongtian would not avoid him. "Do you know the rules?" the Taishan saint asked. His voice was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with disdain. "You want to give me a superior grade sky, origin jade. How can I not accept it?" Chunzong said calmly with a smile. Their auras were tit for tat. Wei Zhongtian did not speak, but his aura became sharper. The Taishan saint did not speak again. It was as though he did not care to reply. Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian did not show any signs of anger. Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian were 100 meters away from the Grand Abstruse Saint's sun. Their backs were as straight as swords. Traces of sharpness condensed on their backs, as if they were pointing at the sky. Suddenly, the heavenly god of the Taishan sacred palace opened his eyes, and a bright light rippled in the air, spreading out in all directions. At that moment, Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian felt an invisible force pass through their bodies. Their bodies sank slightly, as if there was an invisible weight pressing down on them. At the same time, Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian also moved. Wei Zhongtian's body was like an unsheathed sword, tearing through the air and shooting forward. Chunzong took a step forward, lightning surging around him. It was the third step of the Thunderbolt Stomp. The distance of 100 meters was actually very short. It could be crossed in an instant. As long as they could surpass the Great Mystery Saint, they would win, and each of them would obtain a top-grade Heavenly Essence Jade. 100 meters. It was such a short distance, but the Great Mystery Saint dared to do so. It proved that he was 100% confident in his strength. This was an unparalleled and invincible belief. Heavy Xian Force Field. In an instant, the Heavy Xian Force Field was unleashed by the Great Mystery Saint. It covered a radius of 100 meters, especially Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian. The strength of the force field could be adjusted, but the prerequisite was that one's cultivation and mastery of the force field had reached a certain level. It was obvious that the Great Mystery Saint's cultivation and mastery of the Heavy Xian force field had reached a shocking level. Suppress. The Heavy Xian force field was different from the innate ferocious force field. It was a force field that directly exerted a strong and mysterious force. Under the Heavy Xian force field, Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian only felt that their bodies were incomparably heavy. It was as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them. Not only that, but it also felt as if there were countless mysterious forces wrapping around their limbs and bodies, constantly pulling them in all directions. This force field was very mysterious, and the feeling was very uncomfortable. Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian's speed plummeted. Their figures landed on the ground, and their feet stomped a hole in the ground, filling it with cracks. This Heavy Xian force field would not weaken because of the number of people inside. In other words, it was like this even if one came, 2 or 3 would be like this. Otherwise, the Great Mystery Saint would not have such great confidence. But regardless of whether it was Chunzong or Wei Zhongtian, they were much more powerful than those previous Azure Dragon territory geniuses. Under the Heavy Xian force field, the two could still hold on, and they would not be suppressed to the point of collapse. Step forward. Chunzong aroused the strength of his whole body, raised his right leg with great difficulty, and stepped forward. With a bang, the ground slightly trembled. His right foot crushed the ground. Second step. Third step. Step by step, he strode forward with incomparable difficulty. Wei Zhongtian calmly stood in place, motionless. His body's shocking sharpness seemed to break through everything. In the blink of an eye, that sharp light soared into the sky, as though it was tearing apart the suppression of the heavy, profound force field. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a flying sword, shooting forward in the blink of an eye, directly passing by Chunzong. But in a flash, as if he was powerless, he once again fell. His body's swift and fierce aura was subsequently restrained. 100 meters from the moment Chunzong and Wei Zhongtian began to move to the moment the Great Mystery Saint Sun released the heavy Xian force field suppression. It was merely a short instant. The two had crossed only 10 meters, leaving only 90 meters. Struggle well. Gong Tianxing's face was full of ridicule. He was very confident in his younger brother's strength. With his own abilities, under his younger brother's heavenly deity, Gong's heavy Xian force field, it was difficult to resist. And these two people's strength was at most about the same as his own. They could not possibly resist. At most, they could struggle for a bit longer, and then they would unwillingly fall. That sort of feeling was very wonderful. But it was a pity that he did not cultivate the heavy Xian force field. The heavy Xian force field was a powerful mystic technique of the Great Mystery Holy Palace. It was a 10th grade mystic technique and was also known as a secondary mystic technique. Among all the disciples of the Great Mystery Holy Palace, only heavenly deity Gong had the right to teach it. Only the higher-ups had the right to cultivate it. Although Gong Tianxing was the second most powerful disciple of the Great Mystery Holy Palace, he still did not have the right to cultivate it. After all, a 10th grade mystic technique was a secondary mystic technique and was extremely important. However, his younger brother seemed to be very compatible with the heavy Xian force field. Once he cultivated it, he was like a fish in water, and his progress was extraordinary. Although heavenly deity Gong had his hands behind his back and seemed to be playing it down, the heavy Xian force field actually took up 50% of his strength. With heavenly deity Gong's abilities, even 50% of his strength was enough to defeat all the prodigies present. Only the Sky Frost Saint Sun and the Ancient Saint Sun could contend against him. Under the heavy Xian force field, the pressure on Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian increased tremendously. It was extremely difficult. However, the two of them looked very serious. They even gritted their teeth and continuously stimulated their strength and aura to resist, taking advantage of the opportunity to advance. Lightning flashed under Chun Zong's feet. It was dazzling at times, but after taking a step, it instantly dimmed down as if he had exhausted all his strength. As for Wei Chong Tian, he stood still and kept accumulating strength. When the accumulation of strength reached the maximum, Wei Chong Tian would completely explode with a shocking sharpness, temporarily breaking the suppression of the heavy Xian force field and advancing in an instant. With this method, Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian had already advanced 20 meters. However, compared to 100 meters, 20 meters was actually nothing. Moreover, the two of them could feel that their strength was constantly being depleted, and it was getting more and more intense. It was even more shocking than a high-intensity battle. The Great Mystery Holy Sun's expression did not change at all. He was cold and indifferent, and he was high and mighty. The heavy Xian force field continued to suppress Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian. 30 meters. Finally, Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian crossed the 30-meter distance with great difficulty. Xian Kongluo's expression was solemn. He naturally hoped that Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian could pass the Great Mystery Holy Sun, but the possibility was very low. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing came from afar. They glanced at Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian, but they did not have the slightest thought of helping them. Instead, they directly went around them, which made Xian Kongluo somewhat disappointed. Based on Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's strength, if they worked together, perhaps they could contend against the Great Mystery Holy Sun. Unfortunately, they were unwilling. Xian Kongluo was unable to force them to do so. Truly lamentable. Chu Wangshi shook his head, disdainfully saying, 40 meters. Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian passed in succession, but it was getting more and more difficult. They felt their legs were incomparably heavy, as if they were bound by an invisible mountain. Heavy to the extreme, there was also a sort of powerless feeling. Seeing Chun Zong and Wei Chong Tian could unexpectedly advance 40 meters under the suppression of the heavy Xian force field, many people felt astonished. It was known that those previous exceptional geniuses of the Azure Dragon territory could not even advance 10 meters. 50 meters. The bottom of the Great Mystery Holy Sun's eyes slightly showed astonishment. He did not expect that these two could surprisingly advance 50 meters under his heavy Xian force field. This truly was out of the ordinary. However, 50 meters is your limit. Instantly, the heavy Xian force field strengthened. Chunzong and Wei Changtian's bodies slightly trembled, practically about to be pressed down by the instantly strengthened pressure. The great mystery Holy Sun already fully activated the heavy Xian force field. However, Chunzong and Wei Changtian were not crushed, nor did they stop. Stride. Each step had the weight of 10 million jin. 60 meters. The great mystery Holy Sun's expression slightly sunk, his eyes emitting a shocking cold light. Just at this moment, Chunzong urged on the heavenly fiend force field. In an instant, the heavenly fiend force field diffused, covering the great mystery Holy Sun. An astonishing fiendish intent directly attacked the great mystery Holy Sun's mind, making his mind slightly tremble. His control over the heavy Xian force field also instantly relaxed. This moment was enough. Lightning burst out in an instant. It was incomparably powerful and instantly covered both of Chunzong's legs. Furthermore, it rapidly spread up to his waist. He took a step forward, and his shocking aura shook the heavens and the earth. Chunzong also felt as if his bones and muscles were being attacked by an irresistible force, as if they were about to burst. Thunder stomp, 9 heavens. 5th step. Everything exploded at this moment. Wei Changtian also felt that the heavy Xian force field was out of control. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. Then, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and the invisible sharpness seemed to split everything in front of him. It was unstoppable. Wei Changtian's body followed the sword, turning into a ray of sword light, and instantly flew forward. In the blink of an eye, the unforeseen event happened too quickly. It was completely unexpected. Even though it was only for a moment, the great mystery Holy Sun's mind resisted the heavenly fiend force field's attack. He quickly adjusted, regained control of the heavy Xian force field, and strengthened it to the extreme. However, it was already too late. The 5th step of the Thunder Stomp, 9 heavens, gave Chunzong an even faster extreme speed. The short distance of 40 meters was instantly covered. Chapter 1544. All of them were dumbfounded and speechless. Chunzong and Wei Changtian had succeeded in challenging the great mystic Saint Sun. The people from the great mystic world were especially shocked and incredulous. The heaven god from the great mystic sacred palace was an incredible figure in the eyes of the great mystic world. He was known as the reincarnation of a heaven god. No one in the same generation could defeat him. Even though Chunzong and Wei Changtian had not really defeated the great mystic Saint Sun, it was still a challenge. To a certain extent, the great mystic Saint Sun had lost. The great mystic Saint Sun had not expected such an outcome. He turned around and stared at them. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. It was as though he could see through Chunzong and Wei Changtian. Facing the great mystic Saint Sun's eyes, Chunzong and Wei Changtian felt a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. However, Chunzong and Wei Changtian were not afraid to look at each other. "You are very good." The great mystic Saint Sun stared at Chunzong's face. The 3 words sounded casual, but they seemed to contain immense power. In that instant, this person had used a force field that could affect his mind and make him lose control of the heavy mystic force field. That was why they had seized the opportunity to pass him. If not for that, the other person would not have been able to pass him. A cold light gathered in the great mystic Saint Sun's eyes. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Moreover, the other party had cultivated a force field. "Of course I'm good. Where's the upper-grade sky essence jade?" Chunzong asked with a smile. A terrifying cold light suddenly shot out from the Taishan saint's eyes, carrying a trace of extremely sharp, killing intent. How dare he ask for the upper-grade sky essence jade? The great mystic Saint Sun, the number 1 heaven's pride in the great mystic world. You wouldn't go back on your words, would you? Chunzong was not afraid. Give it to him, the great mystic saint's son said coldly. This time, he was at a disadvantage. However, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Strength was the strongest. Gong Tianxing took out 2 high-grade heavenly essence jade and threw them out. The 2 high-grade heavenly essence jade turned into 2 beams of light and shot towards Chunzong and Wei Chong Tian. Even if he were to give it to her, he would be very unwilling to do so. This method immediately attracted the disdain of some people. If he won, he had to have the aura of victory. If he lost, he had to have the spirit of defeat. But now he had lost unwillingly. Such a temperament made others look down on him. Chunzong made a grabbing motion with his left hand, and his 5 fingers moved in a mysterious trajectory. The air under his fingers rippled like water and immediately weakened the power of the high-grade sky essence jade. Then he easily grabbed the high-grade sky essence jade in his hand. Wei Zhantian pointed his finger like a sword, and there seemed to be invisible sword qi surging out, continuously weakening the power of the attack. Then, with a hook of his finger, the high-grade heavenly essence jade was also in his hand. Because of Chunzong and Wei Changtian, the Taishan saints seemed to have lost interest and didn't try to stop the others. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. More than 400 peerless geniuses left the Tianyuan ruins on time. Now, those who didn't get any high-grade heavenly essence jade stepped forward. The half-step great saint from the profound world said directly. His gaze swept across the crowd. When he saw Chunzong, he paused for a moment, but did not pay much attention. However, he was just a junior who was lucky enough to succeed in challenging the Taishan saint. That was all. After a slight hesitation, they stepped forward one by one and stood on the other side. There were more than 300 people in total. Did any of you get any supreme grade heavenly essence jade? The half-step great saint from the profound world asked again. No, none of the 300 people had gotten any high-grade heavenly essence jade, let alone supreme grade heavenly essence jade. Did any of you get any supreme grade heavenly essence jade? The half-step great saint looked at the dozens of people who had gotten high-grade heavenly essence jade, and they all shook their heads. It was already good enough to get high-grade heavenly essence jade in the periphery of the Tianyuan ruins. As for supreme grade heavenly essence jade, it was impossible to find it, even in the inner area. Now, show me the high-grade heavenly essence jade you have. Everyone took out the high-grade heavenly essence jade they had found. It was time to decide the final quota. There were only 82 people who had found high-grade heavenly essence jade. One block of high-grade heavenly essence jade after another appeared in their hands. At a glance, one could clearly see how many high-grade heavenly essence jade each person had. Among these 82 people, most of them only had 1 block of heavenly essence jade. 1 block was not competitive at all. The Taishan Saint had the most high-grade heavenly essence jade. He had 6 blocks of it, which was very shocking. Next were the Skyfrost Saint and the Ancient Saint. They each had 5 blocks. Without a doubt, these 3 people were directly qualified. Next were the 4 blocks. There were 5 people who had obtained 4 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Chunzong was one of them. Originally, Chunzong had only obtained 3 blocks. But just now, he had obtained another block from the Taishan Saint. Now, Chunzong and the other 4 people who had obtained 4 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade were qualified. Next were the 3 blocks. There were even more people who had obtained 3 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Wei Zhantian was one of them. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were not so lucky. They each obtained 2 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's faces darkened, especially when they saw that Chunzong had obtained 4 blocks of high-grade heavenly essence jade. Cold light flickered in their eyes, as if they wanted to cut Chunzong into pieces. Taishan Holy Sun, Tianlin Holy Sun, Jinggu Holy Sun, and Yu, the half-step great saint from Taishan realm, pointed with his finger. The 8 of you are qualified, but the others still have a chance. Those who had only obtained one block of high-grade heavenly essence jade straightened their bodies. There was still a chance. What chance? The others were also a little surprised, especially the 8 people who had obtained the most high-grade heavenly essence jade. But it seemed that they were not completely sure. Would there be any changes? Judging from the expressions of the other half-step Supreme Saints, it seemed that they already knew this. It seemed that the so-called search for heavenly essence jade was just the first test, or rather, the first competition. At the end of the day, only 10 people could enter the spiritual martial saint grounds. On average, each of the 9 worlds and the Grand Wilderness could only obtain 1 slot. But if that was the case, why did they have to come here? They only needed to let each world compete for 1 slot. Because of this, if the 9 worlds competed together, there would be situations where some worlds could not obtain a slot, while others could obtain 2 slots. The more slots one obtained, the better. As for the next step of the competition, it was not announced yet. Everyone had been vigilant in the Heavenly Essence ruins for the past month. They needed to relax and rest first. Everything was peaceful when they returned to the ruins. Chunzong returned to the courtyard of his temporary residence and began to meditate. He had gained a lot in the Heavenly Essence ruins this time. He had comprehended and created a secret footwork technique, the Thunder Steps 9 Heavens, which could be used in battles and long-distance running. It was very practical and had extraordinary potential. He had obtained the first part of the Spirit Control Technique, a special technique that cultivated the divine will. It had refined his divine will, making it purer and deeper in his control of the heart domain. These were all improvements. Finally, he had refined and merged with the remnant ember flame, causing the purple cloud black star flame to completely transform into a new type of heavenly essence flame, the purple world incineration flame. The purple world incineration flame had amazing power. Although it was only a 4th grade flame, it had the power to kill an ordinary 5th level Saint Realm cultivator. This made Chunzong even stronger. As long as he did his best in every trial, he would gain something. Even if he did not gain anything directly, he would more or less accumulate some experience. While Chunzong was meditating, an uninvited guest appeared outside the door. Without any trace of politeness, he directly barged in and came before Chunzong. "What's the matter?" Chunzong frowned slightly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the intruder. No one would be happy if an uninvited guest suddenly showed up while they were meditating in their own courtyard. The intruder was none other than Chu Wangshi. Chu Wangshi had his hands behind his back as he looked at Chunzong with an arrogant expression. "You're not bad. You actually obtained a high-grade heavenly essence jade," Chu Wangshi said. His tone was neither fast nor slow. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice as he continued. "However, your cultivation is only at the mid-5th heaven saint realm. You can't compare to me. So, come with me to find Xiankong Luo. Tell him that you're willing to give up your rights to me." Chunzong had never imagined that Chu Wangshi would come uninvited just to say these words. It was hard to believe. What gave him such confidence and arrogance? A mid-5th heaven saint realm cultivation? Or a personal disciple of an eminent saint realm expert? Or perhaps he had extraordinary talent. Or was he a member of the royal family? Chunzong couldn't understand what Chu Wangshi was thinking. Scram! Chunzong didn't have any intention to waste his time and energy talking to this kind of person who he didn't know how to describe. He directly gave an answer that was as sharp as a sword. "You." Chu Wangshi's hair stood on end. His face was filled with rage, and his eyes shone with a terrifying killing intent. An incomparably shocking aura exploded out, and the heaven and earth yuan qi in the surroundings seemed to be under his complete control. It felt as if the heaven and earth were being controlled, and the heaven and earth were about to collapse, suppressing Chunzong. "Chu Wangshi, what are you doing?" Xiankong Luo was alarmed. With a flicker, he appeared in Chunzong's courtyard. With a thought, the surrounding yuan qi was instantly dispersed. Xiankong Luo frowned slightly, and his expression became solemn. Then, a beam of light shot out and landed on Chu Wangshi. When Xiankong Luo appeared, Chu Wangshi knew that he had no chance to attack. However, he didn't even look at Xian Kong Luo. Instead, he swept his gaze over Chunzong, snorted coldly, and turned around to leave. Xian Kong Luo's face turned slightly green. A mere Saint Realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant. If he wasn't a personal disciple of an eminent Saint Realm expert, he would have already killed him. Chapter 1545. After a day of rest, everyone had recovered and gathered in an empty space in the abandoned city. The peerless prodigies of the 9 boundaries and the experts, as well as the 10 peerless prodigies of the great wilderness and the half-step great saint elder, arrived one after another. Powerful auras spread out in all directions, repelling the void. The 3 great saints and the 5 who had obtained 4 high-grade sky essence treasures were directly qualified. However, they were only qualified and not the final spots. Out of the 10 spots, 2 would be chosen from the 8 peerless prodigies who had obtained 3 high-grade sky essence treasures. The most direct method was to fight. Draw lots and fight one-on-one. With the help of a half-step great saint, a sturdy battle ring was instantly constructed. Fight! Wei Changtian defeated his opponent. In the first round, 4 would advance and 4 would be eliminated. The second round would determine the qualification. Draw lots again. Wei Changtian's opponent was a peerless prodigy from the profound world. He was also at the mid-6th heaven saint realm. Fight! An extremely intense battle. Changtian. No return. Wei Changtian used his ultimate move. His aura was extremely sharp and sharp. His long sword emitted a dense brilliance that shone in all directions before it was retracted back into the sword. Kill. This was the strongest sword move. It was an indomitable sword move. Under this sword, there was nothing it could not destroy. The peerless prodigy from the profound world was instantly defeated and injured. Wei Changtian successfully obtained spot. The last spot was won by a peerless prodigy from the horizontal mountain boundary. The 10 of you will each obtain a spot. The half-step great saint from the profound world's eyes flashed as he swept his gaze across Chunzong and the others. He then looked at the others. Those who have obtained high-grade sky essence treasures have a chance to challenge a spot. The challenge method was very simple. It was to choose one of the 10 who had already obtained a spot to challenge. Of course, there were as many as 72 people who had the right to challenge, and only 10 people who were challenged. On average, each person would have to accept 7 challenges. However, the reality was different. Whoever wanted a challenge would have to make a choice first. For example, if someone wanted to challenge the Great Mystic Saint, they would make a choice and see how many people wanted to challenge the Great Mystic Saint. These people would fight first to determine the strongest person, who would then issue a real challenge to determine the spot. A quarter of an hour later, everyone made their decision. The 10 people who had obtained the qualifications for the quota split up, and whoever they wanted to challenge would stand in front of them. A strange scene appeared. There was no one in front of the great, profound, holy sun. The heavenly deity of the Taishian's sacred palace was too strong, and no one could defeat him. Challenging him was just asking for humiliation. Not only would they fail, but they would also offend him. There would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone gave up on challenging the great abstruse saint. The celestial frost Saint Sun and the ancient Saint Sun were also Saint Suns. They were not much weaker than the Taishian Saint Sun. They were powerful and had extraordinary talents. It was also difficult to challenge them. Therefore, there was no one in front of them. There were 5 people standing in front of the prodigy, and all 5 of them were at the mid-6th heaven saint realm. Other than the 3 holy sons, there were many people standing in front of the other 7. There were as many as 20 people standing in front of Chunzong. After all, among the 10 people who had obtained the quota, Chunzong's cultivation was the lowest. He looked like a soft persimmon. Although he had successfully passed through the great profound Holy Sun's force field, many people thought it was just a fluke. Chu Wangshi had also appeared in the group that challenged Chunzong. This made Xian Kong Luo even more disappointed. He was disappointed in Chu Wangshi. Chu Wangshi stared at Chunzong, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. Qinzong looked back at Chu Wangshi without fear. There were 20 people who wanted to challenge Qinzong, and 8 people who wanted to challenge Wei Chong Tian. Before the challenge, it was naturally up to these people to determine the victor, and only the final victor would be chosen. The 20 people who wanted to challenge Qinzong began to fight. This was not a one-on-one battle, but a group battle. Chu Wangshi displayed his might. His cultivation technique was the art of world-shocking king, and it was much more advanced than Chu Zhongyang's. Once he used it, it immediately affected the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth and made it fall under his control. Without using the art of world-shocking king, Chu Wangshi could already control the yuan qi of heaven and earth and integrate it into his attacks, making them even more powerful. The other 19 people were also strong, but there was still a gap between them and Chu Wangshi. Especially when the yuan qi of heaven and earth was under Chu Wangshi's control, their strength was weakened. Moreover, these 19 people were not of one mind. In the end, only Chu Wangshi remained in the arena. He won and was qualified to challenge Qinzong. Qinzong, come up and accept your defeat. Chu Wangshi pointed at Qinzong, his face full of arrogance. Qinzong's body flashed, and he appeared in the arena, facing Chu Wangshi. I'll give you one last chance. Admit defeat, and I won't hold it against you for offending me. Chu Wangshi crossed his arms behind his back and stared at Qinzong indifferently. In the future, I'll take care of you. You'll be transferred out of the Black Sky Army and become an official in the Imperial Court. You'll enjoy a high status and power, and your descendants will also receive the Emperor's favor. Qinzong looked at Chu Wangshi as if he was looking at a fool. Chu Wangshi's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Immediately after, he activated the Xian King, shocking the world technique, and a terrifying energy enveloped his entire body. The qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings was also under his control. He then pointed his finger at the air, and in a flash, a terrifying finger energy shot out. The finger force was tyrannical, and it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Qinzong's expression didn't change, and he unsheathed his scarlet inferno flame sword and stabbed out. At this moment, after a day of meditation, Qinzong's cultivation had risen from mid-fifth heaven saint realm to late fifth heaven saint realm, and his strength had also increased. Taking a step forward, Qinzong drew an arc in the air as he closed in on Chu Wangshi, his long sword slicing through the air. Chu Wangshi put on a pair of half-finger gloves that glowed with a golden light, and the yuan qi of world-shocking king surged. Control, control. The power of each strike was enhanced, and it was as mysterious as flowing water. It was as if a mountain was crashing down. Soft and hard, weak and strong. 2 completely different forces were contained in each of Chu Wangshi's strikes, making them even more powerful. Combined with the art of world-shocking king, each strike was even more terrifying. Heart domain. In the blink of an eye, Qinzong expanded his heart domain and compressed it to a radius of 50 meters. The surrounding yuan qi of world-shocking king was immediately under his control. Chu Wangshi's expression changed slightly. He could feel the changes in yuan qi of world-shocking king. At the same time, he was furious. His art of world-shocking king could control the yuan qi of world-shocking king for his own use, increasing his strength and weakening his opponent's strength. He was like an emperor, controlling everything. But now, his opponent had seized the right to use the yuan qi of world-shocking king under his control. It was as if someone had declared himself the king of his own country. No emperor could accept it, and they would definitely attack, destroy, and destroy him. However, the 1,000-meter heart domain was compressed to a radius of 50 meters, and it was incomparably sturdy. Even a 7th Heaven Saint realm expert wouldn't be able to shake it. Although Chu Wangshi was strong, he hadn't reached that level. There was nothing he could do. This feeling made him even angrier. With his cultivation and strength, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Especially when the other party's swordsmanship was unleashed, there was an endless flow of power, like a waterfall descending from the sky, like a charging army, and a terrifying flood that could destroy the world. It was hard to imagine how profound this sword technique was. As a half-step Great Saint Realm expert, Xian Kong Luo had extraordinary eyesight. At a glance, he could see that Chun Zong's sword technique was extraordinary. Infinite chain, sword after sword. There was no gap, and the force was ever-changing. Chu Wangshi found it difficult to adapt. For a moment, he paled in comparison. Chu Wangshi's face was cold to the extreme, and his eyes were filled with anger. He attacked with all his strength, even if he had to kill Qin Zong in front of him. He didn't hold back. Chu Wangshi's cultivation was at the mid-sixth heaven saint realm, and he cultivated the secret art of the mysterious king shocks the world. Coupled with the tempering he had undergone in the Tianyuan ruins for a month, his strength had reached a whole new level. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all, and it immediately put a lot of pressure on Qin Zong. Fortunately, Qin Zong's cultivation had broken through a minor realm, and his basic strength had strengthened a little. Chu Yuqing stood at the side of the stage, and her brows furrowed slightly. She didn't expect that Qin Zong's cultivation would be so low, but his strength would be so strong that Chu Wang sure couldn't defeat him even if he used all his strength. At this moment, it seemed that they were evenly matched. There was no doubt that Chu Wangshi's strength was much stronger than Gong Tianxing's. Crackle! Instantly, a terrifying rumbling sound emitted from Chu Wangshi's body. Dazzling crimson lightning bolts gushed out from his body, transforming into dazzling arcs of lightning that danced about madly. The aura he exuded was even more tyrannical than before, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Qin Zong's eyes narrowed. Heavenly lightning. Chu Wangshi had mastered the heavenly energy, and it was a kind of lightning energy. It was dazzling red, and it exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. It seemed to be the annihilation blood lightning. This was a type of heavenly lightning that was ranked very high. Its power was astonishing, and its destructive power was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. Moreover, Chu Wangshi had cultivated the annihilation blood lightning to a very high level. It was a 5th grade lightning. A 5th grade annihilation blood lightning was enough to kill an ordinary 6th heaven saint realm expert. When the power of the annihilation blood lightning merged into his attack, Qin Zong's face turned solemn. It was impossible to resist. Celestial crystal tyrant body. Purple universe incineration fire. In an instant, Qin Zong erupted with even more strength. Although the purple universe incineration fire was only a 4th grade lightning, and its power wasn't as strong as the annihilation blood lightning, it could still increase Qin Zong's strength. Chapter 1547. Author's note. Sixpad's reincarnation has a problem. If he doesn't write for a few days, he'll have to regain his composure. Today, I woke up early and worked hard the entire day. Finally, I've sorted out my thoughts, but I haven't fully recovered yet. Great Xian King Palm. Chu Wangshi formed a seal with his hands and pressed down on the air. The giant palm was like a mountain, vast and boundless, and filled with a terrifying destructive power. For a moment, Qin Zong felt like he was being rejected. His eyes narrowed, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Heaven burning, earth fire. Boom! Under the purple universe incineration flames, the heaven-burning earth fire's power became even more terrifying. With a slash of his sword, the black flames were like a flood breaking through a dam. City-destroying hurricane. Another slash of his sword shot out, and in an instant, the two merged into a flaming tornado that roared endlessly. Although the might of the great Xian Emperor Palm was extremely tyrannical, under the combined might of the flaming tornado, it was instantly destroyed. The terrifying aftershock of the great Xian Emperor Palm mercilessly blasted towards Chu Wangshi. Chu Wangshi thought that he had to listen to everything he said because he was high and mighty, and Qin Zong wouldn't show any mercy. This kind of person was an enemy, and since he was an enemy, Qin Zong wouldn't show any mercy. He might not be able to kill him, but he could definitely injure him. When Qin Zong was at the mid-5th heaven saint realm, He could already fight evenly with Gong Tianxing. Now that he had the purple universe incineration flames and his cultivation had risen to the late fifth heaven saint realm, he was even stronger. Although Chu Wangshi was strong, he wasn't necessarily Chunzong's opponent. When Chu Wangshi saw the great Xian King palm shatter, his expression changed drastically. Xian King palm, Xian King finger, all kinds of martial arts were used, and the flaming tornado's remnant power was destroyed. Xian King. Chu Wangshi retreated. Immediately after, he formed a seal with both of his hands and slowly lifted them up. The sound of his voice overlapped, causing the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings to surge violently. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was like 100 rivers flowing back to the current, converging into Chu Wangshi's hands. Countless streams of energy revolved around Chu Wangshi's body, protecting him. This layer of protection was extremely shocking, and only an attack stronger than Chu Wangshi would be able to break it. Chunzong and the others knew that Chu Wangshi was using a killing move, Xian King's startling strike. When he fought against Chu Zhongyang, Chunzong had experienced the might of the Xian King's world-shaking strike many times. However, although the name of Chu Zhongyang's Xian King's world-shaking strike was the same as Chu Wangshi's Xian King's world-shaking strike, there was a huge difference. An astonishing amount of energy condensed in Chu Wangshi's hands, causing Chunzong to feel an immense threat. It was as if this attack would obliterate him. Erupt. Full power eruption. As long as he could survive this attack, Chunzong would be able to turn the tables and defeat Chu Wangshi. The entire arena was enveloped by the terrifying might of the Xian King's world-shaking strike, and there was nowhere to run. Storing power. His heart domain expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters, doing his best to plunder and condense the heaven and earth yuan qi. If it was before Chunzong had obtained the soul reigning art, he wouldn't have been able to compete with Chu Wangshi for the yuan qi of heaven and earth. But now, his divine sense was extremely pure. Under his complete control, coupled with his heart domain, he had an extremely strong control over the yuan qi of heaven and earth within 1,000 meters. To a certain extent, it also interfered with Chu Wangshi's Mystic King World startling strike. Fire yuan qi. Wind yuan qi. The two types of yuan qi were condensed by Chunzong. World startling. Chu Wangshi also felt that the speed of condensing yuan qi of heaven and earth was not as fast as usual. Instead, there was a feeling of obstruction, as if there was an invisible force interfering with it. Chu Wangshi knew that it was definitely his opponent's doing. But at this moment, he had no other choice. He could only absorb a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth from another direction. Even if he could buy some time, it would only be a futile struggle. Up until now, he had never met anyone who could block the Xian King world startling strike without having a higher cultivation than him. This was the strongest attack. This was the ultimate attack. Kill. Boom. A terrifying ball of light shot out from Chu Wangshi's hands, as if it contained the terrifying power of heaven and earth. It also suppressed this part of heaven and earth, making Chunzong feel as if he was the enemy of heaven and earth. He was isolated in this world and was about to be killed. That attack was extremely powerful. Even the Skyfrost Saint-Child and Ancient Saint-Child couldn't help but narrow their eyes in shock, because they felt that Chu Wangshi's attack was too powerful. It was enough to threaten them. As for Taishien's Saint-Child, a trace of light flashed in his eyes, but it was immediately restrained. There was no other reaction, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Xian Kongluo's heart sank slightly. He could only hope that Chunzong could withstand it. Chu Wangshi was indeed talented, but in Xian Kongluo's view, his temperament was not good. If he was allowed to get a place in the Lingwu Holy Land, it might not be a good thing. At least, he was not as good as Chunzong. He hoped that Chunzong would be able to withstand this attack. Although the might of the Xian King's world-shocking strike was very strong and shocking, it also had a flaw, and that was that after it was used once, it couldn't be used a second time for a period of time. Therefore, He must seize this period of time to defeat his opponent. Heaven burning, earth fire. City destroying hurricane. This time, Chunzong was more prepared. The power of these two attacks was even more powerful. The fusion rate had reached 90%, and the power was even stronger. The terrifying flaming hurricane connected the sky and the earth, raging in all directions and blasted out with the power to destroy everything. The earth-shattering collision was extremely violent, and the turbulence swept out in all directions. In an instant, the whole arena was completely covered by the turbulence, and it continued to hit the protective force at the edge of the arena. The protective force was set up by a half-step Great Saint Realm expert, which had reached the peak of the Ninth Heaven Saint Realm. It firmly resisted the impact of the tyrannical power, causing the power to flow back and collide constantly, creating more violent explosions. Endless explosions occurred in the arena, as if there were countless volcanoes erupting continuously. It was also like a raging ocean storm. Chunzong and Chu Wangshu were both in the middle of it, and the feeling was very uncomfortable. Resist with all their strength. Chunzong compressed his heart domain to 50 meters to help him resist the impact of the explosion. Coupled with his tyrannical physique, he forcibly resisted, but it was also very uncomfortable. He only felt that his blood and chi were trembling, and his bones and muscles were withstanding a great impact. It was as if they were about to collapse. Of course, Chu Wangshu also felt very uncomfortable. He mustered all the strength in his body to resist the impact, but he couldn't move an inch. When the impact of the explosion weakened, Chunzong immediately took a step forward. Lightning flashed. Thunder stamp, 9 heavens, 5th step. This was the fastest step. Originally, Chunzong's speed was very fast, not the slightest bit inferior to an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint Realm expert. Using the 5th step of the Thunder Stamp, 9 heavens, his speed increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong closed in on Chu Wangshu, and his sword slashed through the air. Lifeless sword style, a sword filled with extreme, killing intent. At the same time, the Heavenly Fiend force field was activated, and a terrifying, baleful aura rushed out, causing Chu Wangshu's heart to tremble slightly. Although Chu Wangshu had been hit by the baleful aura once before, and was not caught off guard, the Heavenly Fiend force field's power was too shocking, and he couldn't completely withstand it. Although he reacted quickly, he still couldn't block it completely. Under this sword, all of Chu Wangshu's defenses were shattered, and his whole body seemed to have been cut in half as he was sent flying. Chunzong took another step forward, and a sword light flashed out. Limitless sword chain. Kill. Countless sword lights turned into threads, as if weaving a net. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong continued to attack Chu Wangshu. This sword art was mainly used in close combat, and its power was not as strong as the lifeless sword style. But at this moment, when used at the right time, it had a miraculous effect. Chu Wangshu's whole body seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper, unable to extricate himself. All of his resistance became weaker and weaker, and he could only passively endure Chunzong's sword. Extreme Heart Sword Style. Lifeless Sword Style. Chunzong slashed out 2 consecutive sword strikes towards Chu Wangshu. Under these 2 sword strikes, all of Chu Wangshu's resistance was destroyed, and his whole body was sent flying. Heaven burning, earth fire. The 3rd sword strike arrived, and a violent black flame mercilessly bombarded Chu Wangshu's body, sending him flying. At this critical moment, Chu Wangshu's body flickered with a bright light, blocking the power of this attack, but he was still sent flying out of the stage, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gloomy. Chu Wangshu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was extremely gloomy, like the dark sky. It was as if a storm was about to arrive, causing people to feel extremely depressed. His eyes were gloomy, filled with anger and killing intent. Chunzong stood on the stage with his sword in hand, staring back at Chu Wangshu without fear. No matter how angry Chu Wangshu was, what could he do? On the path of cultivation, thousands of soldiers and thousands of horses fought for supremacy. There were only 10 spots for the Lingwu Holy Land, and it was very rare. He had to do his best to obtain it. But now, he had successfully defeated Chu Wangshi, and he had obtained a spot, not just a qualification. Chu Wangshi turned around and left in anger. Chu Yuqing coldly glanced at Shenzong and quickly chased after Chu Wangshi. Some of the other challenges had already ended, and some were still ongoing. Wei Changtian lost. He lost the opportunity to enter the Lingwu Holy Land, and it was a pity, but a loss was a loss, and there was no excuse for it. When all the challenges ended, the dust settled. The 10 spots were finally determined, and they only needed to wait for the opening of the Lingwu Holy Land, and these 10 people could enter the Lingwu Holy Land. It was not the 9 worlds and the great wilderness that obtained 1 spot, but the profound world, cold sky world, and ancient suppression world each obtained 2 spots, and suddenly there were 6 spots. Out of the 10 spots, 6 were gone. The 7th spot was obtained by the great wilderness barbarian dragon, Tuatian. Of the remaining 3 quotas, the Black Origin World, Bright Saint Territory, and True King Territory each obtained 1. As for the Azure Dragon Territory and Horizontal Mountain Territory, no one obtained a quota. Their half-step Great Sage level powerhouses had very unsightly expressions. Xian Kong Luo was smiling. Because in the last Lingwu Holy Land battle, the Profound World did not obtain a spot, and this time they obtained 1, which was very good. Moreover, Chunzong's cultivation was the lowest, but his strength was not weak at all. Even Chu Wangshi was not his opponent, which showed that his potential was amazing. Perhaps the trip to the Lingwu Holy Land would let Chunzong transform and advance by leaps and bounds. Some people were happy, some were sad, but no matter what, the battle for the Lingwu Holy Land battle this time was settled. Now, there was still some time before the Lingwu Holy Land officially opened, and everyone naturally returned to their own places, and when the time was almost up, they would set off. Chunzong did not know where the Lingwu Holy Land would open. He could only wait, and during this period of time, he would do his best to improve himself. Chapter 1548. Chunzong was heavily protected on the mysterious Yuan heaven-shaking warship. Unless a Great Saint Realm Master attacked, even 2 or 3 half-step Great Saint Realm Masters would not be able to kill Chunzong in a short time. It could be seen that Xian Kong Luo valued Chunzong greatly. Of course, Chunzong had obtained the only quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land, so Xian Kong Luo valued him greatly. After all, there was a saying that whoever obtained the quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land would benefit their realm to a certain extent when they came out of the Lingwu Holy Land with an opportunity. This would increase the realm's fortune, and in the future, the realm's cultivation level would gradually improve. This kind of improvement was not instantaneous, but gradual. The longer the time, the more obvious the effect would be. The people of the realm would be affected and benefit from it. Chu Wangshi stayed in his room and did not come out because he was very angry and unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. On the way back, Chunzong did not have any worries, but focused on comprehending and cultivating. Every time he honed himself, he could stimulate his own potential. As long as he calmed down and cultivated, he would make progress. The mysterious Yuan heaven-shaking warship was extremely fast, and its defensive power was fully activated. Therefore, it consumed a lot of energy at all times, but it was worth it to prevent being attacked. Time flew by. Along the way, Xian Kong Luo did not rest and remained vigilant. The same was true for the 10 Peak Saint Realm Masters. Under a high degree of vigilance, and with reinforcements from the profound Yuan dynasty arriving halfway, they arrived safely. At the same time, Chunzong's cultivation method had another breakthrough. The 24th level of the Da Xian Yuan technique. The breakthrough of his cultivation method made Chunzong's Saint Qi more vigorous and majestic. As soon as he returned to the mysterious Yuan dynasty, Chunzong was sent back to the mysterious heaven military camp by the mysterious heaven army. Next, he quietly waited for the opening of the Lingwu Holy Land. The commander of the mysterious heaven military camp summoned Chunzong. The opening of the Lingwu's sacred grounds is estimated to take half a year to a year. He didn't expect that Chunzong would be so outstanding. He had just broken through to the Saint Realm not long ago, but his strength had already risen to such a level. He had even won a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land among many peerless heaven's prides, and even the only spot in the Xianyuan world. Moreover, it was said that he had defeated the Taishian Saint's son, who was known as the reincarnation of a divine god, in a challenge. This time, you have greatly increased the prestige of the Xiantian Legion and even our Shunxian Legion. The commander smiled from the bottom of his heart. After all, the Xiantian army and the Divine Black Army only belonged to the Xiantian world. They had nothing to do with the other 8 worlds, and their reputation was only average in the other 8 worlds. However, this time, Chunzong was a member of the Xiantian Legion. He competed against many top prodigies and finally got one of the 10 spots. This also promoted the prestige of the Xiantian Legion and even the Xiantian Legion. After a discussion among the 9 generals, we have decided that you have made a great contribution and will be rewarded accordingly. The Shanxian general continued. Your military rank has been promoted from junior sergeant to junior general. Chunzong was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, it would probably take him a few decades to be promoted to a low-grade general. But now it was shortened by a few decades. After becoming a junior general, he could receive a mid-grade Xinxian killing armor, which was equivalent to an elite 6th-grade saint weapon. Other than that, the other benefits were also increased. Also, do you have any other requests? The commander asked with a smile. Chunzong was a treasure right now. Request. Chunzong couldn't help thinking. I need a fire attribute physique refinement method. Chunzong said. A fire attribute physique refinement method. The commander pondered. After a few breaths, he spoke. There are many physique refinement methods in the Xiantian Legion, but I'm not sure if there's a fire attribute one. You can choose later. What else? My sword is broken. I need a new one. Chunzong thought of the Scarlet Hellflame sword. All right, you can enter the Saint weapon mount again. The commander agreed without hesitation. His eyes were still fixed on Chunzong. Skywind, I needed to refine my sword intent. Chunzong said, that's all. Chunzong's request was exactly what he needed right now. It was best to stop while he was ahead. If he made too many requests, he might leave a bad impression on the commander. That wasn't his own principle. Skywind, the commander muttered. I'll arrange for people to search for it. I'll inform you as soon as I find it. Skywind was born from heaven and earth. Just like earth fire, it was more precious and difficult to find. Thus, it wasn't easy to obtain. Thank you. Chunzong bowed. Go, cultivate well, said the Xinxian army chief. Soon, someone led Chunzong to the Saint weapon mount. This was Chunzong's second time entering the Holy Weapon Tomb, and it was not as unfamiliar as the first time. The moment he entered the Holy Weapon Tomb, Chunzong absorbed a large amount of murderous aura into his body, which was absorbed by his Azura avatar, Chunxiu. Chunxiu's cultivation needed to increase, and the lesser ability, Evil Eye of Obliteration, also needed baleful aura. Thus, the more baleful aura there was, the better. Chunzong quickly went to the swords to find a suitable one. With his current strength, he needed at least a 6th-grade Saint artifact. Since, he released his Heart Domain, which covered 1,000 meters. His Heart Sword Dao intent also spread out. It was stronger than last time. The swords trembled and hummed. The previous owners of these swords had died in battle. They were left here in the darkness, waiting for someone to choose them, waiting for a new owner, waiting for a new battle and slaughter. Swords were weapons of slaughter. There was no doubt about it, especially swords that had gone through many battles and killed many strong enemies. They were filled with baleful aura and killing intent. They longed to continue fighting, to be stained with blood, and to kill more strong enemies. It was a desire, a yearning, and also the mission of a sword. Chunzong closed his eyes and used his heart to sense. He felt the longing and calling of the swords. His heart was touched. Chunzong was not in a hurry to find a suitable sword. Instead, he carefully sensed the aura of the swords. Every sword, regardless of its grade or strength, carried a unique aura. That aura was the aura of the sword itself. It was an extremely sharp aura, an aura that could pierce through everything and an aura that could cut through everything. Swords were weapons of slaughter. They were made for battle and slaughter. Those swords that were used as decorations and decorations could not be called swords. In other words, swords could be divided into two categories. One was the fake swords used as decorations. The other was the real swords used for battle and slaughter. The way of the real sword was pure, true, and firm. As Chunzong continued to comprehend, the aura of the swords became stronger and purer. Vaguely, there seemed to be traces of an indescribable Taoist rhyme. The Tao runes circled the surroundings, lingering in the heart domain and enveloping Chunzong. Chunzong only felt that he had fallen into an ocean of sword essence Taoist rhyme. It was endless and endless. Time passed slowly. Chunzong forgot about time, forgot about the outside world, and forgot about everything else. There was only the sword in his eyes and in his heart. Sword, sword, sword. The sword was everything. The sword was the only one. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sword. Even his mind, will, and soul seemed to have turned into a sword. Chunzong suddenly woke up. He felt refreshed, and countless comprehensions surged in his heart. Immediately, Chunzong revealed a touch of joy. The heart sword Tao intent had broken through. Sixth revolution. As an advanced Tao intent, the heart sword Tao intent had broken through to the sixth revolution. High-grade Tao insights were originally extremely strong, and their might and potential were extremely shocking. Similarly, it was comparatively difficult to improve, but Chunzong's improvement was extremely swift, and it was also because the Heart Sword Tao insight was extremely compatible with him. In addition, Chunzong's foundation was very strong and solid, and he had grasped many opportunities to improve rapidly. Since the Heart Sword Tao intent had reached the sixth revolution, the power of the extreme Heart Sword style and lifeless sword style, which were based on the Heart Sword Tao intent, had also improved significantly. Unknowingly, although his cultivation did not increase, his strength had become more tyrannical. He did not expect that entering the Saint weapon tomb for the second time and feeling the aura of the 10,000 swords would have such a harvest. It was really a pleasant surprise. Immediately, Chunzong sensed carefully to find a suitable sword. Sword, true sword, battle sword, slaughter sword. As he sensed, the other sword auras became weaker. Only the sword aura gradually became stronger. Boundless sharpness, extremely fierce, shocking killing intent. This sword was very good. Sword come. Chunzong shouted in a low voice. Immediately, his right hand grabbed at the air, and a sword light flew over from afar. The sword light was extremely sharp, as if nothing could stop its sharpness. It was indestructible and indestructible. When the sword entered his hand, Chunzong felt his right hand sink slightly. A cold aura spread out, and it shook his spirit. The body of the sword was slender and thin, and there were bright ripples on the blade. It looked very sharp, as if it was extremely sharp. The ridge of the sword was indented, like a blood groove. The tip of the sword was slender and sharp, and when one looked at it, they would feel like they were being pierced. Chunzong's eyes were bright and focused. He slowly swept his gaze over the body of the sword. The fingers of his left hand were like a sword as he placed them on the body of the sword. He gently stroked them and felt the shocking cold sharpness. Soon after, his finger gently tapped and flicked. An extremely pleasant sword hum sounded and spread in all directions. Good sword. Chunzong could not help but exclaim softly. He was very satisfied with this sword. With a flick of his wrist, a sword flower bloomed in the air. The sword light was bright like white snow, but also like ice. It emitted a shocking chill, but also revealed a shocking sharpness, as if it could tear and pierce through everything. Chapter 1549. The name of the sword was by phone. The sword was intelligent and cooperated with Chunzong. Therefore, it was easy for him to refine it. After refining it, Chunzong came to know the name of the sword. He also knew that the sword was originally a grade 8 Saint artifact. However, its previous owner had engaged in a life-and-death battle that was too intense, causing the sword to be damaged, causing its grade to fall to grade 6. Therefore, the Baifeng sword was stronger than most 6th grade divine weapons. Although the power it contained was the same, its material was much better. After all, it was an 8th grade divine weapon. Good sword. Chunzong was very satisfied. Soon after, a sharp brilliance flashed across the body of the sword. Soon after, a thought charged into Chunzong's mind. Chunzong felt as if he had been transported into time and space and landed on a battlefield. It was the void battlefield. The previous owner of the Baifeng sword was a middle-aged man. He looked very ordinary, but his eyes were very sharp. The brilliance was like the tip of the sword, as if it could pierce and tear everything apart. Kill! The Baifeng sword in his hand bloomed with unparalleled sharpness. From a bystander's point of view, Chunzong could see that the previous owner of the Baifeng sword was very good at swordsmanship. Moreover, it was very efficient and sharp. It was a swordsmanship that fully interpreted the sharpness of the sword. It was a swordsmanship that existed only for killing. Every stroke would bring out the amazing sharpness of the Baifeng sword to the extreme. This was the ultimate swordsmanship. Then, a brilliance condensed on the sword. In an instant, it was slashed out. It was extremely sharp and fast. It tore through everything in the sky. A powerful, evil spirit of the void was directly cut in half by the sword. The terrifying sharpness was like a hot knife through butter. It continuously killed several more evil spirits of the void before it dissipated. This stroke was somewhat similar to the lifeless sword style, but there were also many differences. Chunzong's eyes lit up. Then he slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon. It turned into streaks and streaked through the air like a cloak cutting the moon. They were densely packed and endless like a torrent. Wherever they passed, the evil demons in the void were all killed. Dozens of them died in an instant. Extreme sword art. There were only 2 moves in this sword technique. One was called extreme cutting, which was the first move and was somewhat similar to the lifeless sword style. The other move was called chaotic cutting, which was the second move and was even more powerful. Chunzong began to meditate. Without a doubt, these 2 sword techniques were ultimate moves. They were the self-created ultimate moves of the previous owner of the white-edged sword. They were the culmination of his sword techniques. Such a swordsmanship that contained the essence of a lifetime was naturally worth comprehending by himself. Chunzong immediately began to comprehend it. It was not difficult for him to comprehend the mysteries in it with his comprehension ability and experience in sword principle. He slashed out with his sword. As the sword light flashed, an astonishing sharpness spread out as if it could tear everything apart. Extreme cut. Immediately, Chunzong struck again. Countless sword lights pierced through the air. They were so sharp that they looked like countless sharp blades. It was the second move, chaotic blade cut. In essence, the extreme edge sword technique was just one move of the extreme edge slash. As for the second move, chaotic blade cut, it was actually the instantaneous explosion of the extreme cut. It was performed multiple times in an instant, forming a terrifying extreme sword stream. Its power was even more terrifying. Previously, when Chunzong was cultivating the red prison sword technique, he had to spend a lot of time and energy. But now he had improved in all aspects. It was much easier for him to comprehend the extreme sword art, which was more advanced than the red prison sword technique. Compared to the extreme cut, chaotic blade cut was much harder to master. It was several times harder. However, after many attempts, Chunzong discovered that if he reduced the power of the extreme point slash by half, he could naturally use the chaotic point slash. Although the power of each sword was only half of the extreme cut at its peak, there were at least a dozen of them that burst out in an instant. The power was even more terrifying. But to Chunzong, the extreme sword art did not need to be used in battle. It was only used to strengthen his foundation. Chunzong's idea was not only to master the extreme sword art and further strengthen his own swordsmanship foundation. He also planned to integrate the mysteries of the extreme sword art into the lifeless sword style. This would make the lifeless sword style even more powerful. It would be at least half a year to a year before the opening of the Lingwu Sacred Grounds. This period of time was not short for him. He should make good use of this period of time and focus on improving himself. He needed to improve his cultivation, his swordsmanship, and his strength. Firstly, improving himself was very important. Strength was very important. Secondly, he did not know what would happen after he entered the Lingwu Sacred Grounds. Therefore, the stronger his strength, the better. After mastering the extreme sword art, Chunzong spent some time to comprehend it. He extracted the essence of the extreme sword art and integrated it into the lifeless sword style. Lifeless, Chunzong murmured. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he slashed out with his sword. Extreme, killing intent condensed on the sword, as if it was turning into a kind of power that covered the sword. The terrifying sharpness of the white-edged sword was also drawn out. It turned into a cold brilliance that intertwined and pierced through the air. There seemed to be no sound because the sword was too fast, too powerful, and too sharp. The sword left a clear sword mark on the black demonic golden pillar. 30%. Chunzong stared at the sword mark and said in a low voice, "The power of the lifeless sword style is 30% stronger than before." With his current strength, if he fought with Chu Wangshi again, he would be able to defeat him faster. However, he did not know how he would fare against the Taishan Saint. Chunzong felt that he could not see through the Taishan Saint's strength. Since he had mastered the extreme sharp sword style, and the lifeless sword style had been further strengthened, Chunzong moved and chose a body-refining cultivation technique. The Xintian army was huge and had a deep foundation. They had a rich collection of cultivation techniques, martial arts, and secret techniques. Chunzong had made a great contribution. Not only did his military rank surpass that of a mid-grade sergeant and a high-grade sergeant, but he was also promoted to a low-grade general. He could also enter the Saint weapon mount again to choose a Saint weapon. He could also choose his own cultivation technique. There were no restrictions on any cultivation technique. This was a rare opportunity. Chunzong naturally had to choose carefully. The challenge this time was mainly about body-refining cultivation techniques. As for Qi cultivation techniques, the Xian origin technique was enough for now. As for body-refining cultivation techniques, Chunzong directly targeted the Supreme Grade Saint class and ignored everything else. Moreover, Chunzong mainly focused on fire tribute body-refining cultivation techniques. After all, he had the purple domain Inferno. The body-refining cultivation techniques he had cultivated before were also fire tribute, so he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After making his choice, Chunzong discovered that there was only one Supreme Grade Saint class body-refining cultivation technique. Non-Li Quenching Jade Technique. Since there was only one, Chunzong did not have too many choices. After checking, he chose this cultivation technique without hesitation. Soon, someone delivered the inheritance spiritual jade. After Chunzong accepted the inheritance spiritual jade lost its effect. Non-Li Quenching Jade Technique. This was a top-notch, supreme-grade Saint class body-refining cultivation technique. Of course, compared to Qi cultivation techniques, it was not as profound. Compared to the path of Qi refinement, the path of body refinement relied more on the replenishment of resources and personal hard work. The cultivation of Non-Li Quenching Jade Technique was mainly about fire. With fire as the main source and some body-refining elixirs, one could better refine one's body and improve one's cultivation. In addition to the body-refining cultivation technique, Non-Li Quenching Jade Technique also had a complementary martial art. It was a bit like a secret technique. It was called the Ignis Force. The prerequisite for cultivating the Ignis Force was to cultivate Non-Li Quenching Jade Technique to a certain extent. Unlike Qi cultivation techniques, Non-Li Quenching Jade Technique was not divided into several levels. It was only divided into beginner, initial success, profound success and perfection. However, non-quenching jade technique could only be cultivated to initial success before one could start cultivating the Ignis Force. Now that he had broken through to the Saint realm, his chi cultivation had far surpassed his body-refining cultivation. However, his body-refining cultivation had stagnated because he did not have a good cultivation technique and sufficient resources. But now, Chunzong planned to improve it. After breaking through to the Transcendent Realm, one would be called the Chaos Heaven Realm, which was the same level as the Saint Realm. Now, Chunzong's body-refining cultivation was at the early stage of the Chaos Heaven Realm. His cultivation of the great profound origin art had already reached a bottleneck, and his chi refinement cultivation wasn't that easy to raise. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't fall behind in his chi refinement cultivation. He just needed to spare some time and energy to temper his body. Inside the cultivation room, Chunzong began cultivating the non-quenching jade technique after he finished comprehending it. The non-quenching jade technique was a fire-attributed body-refining secret art. If he had the help of flames, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The purple universe incineration fire was a heavenly fire with the purifying ability of the purple cloud black star flame. It was perfect for body tempering. Circulating the non-quenching jade technique, the purple universe incineration fire was immediately driven. Traces of blazing fire spread throughout his body. Chunzong felt as if his body was being burned by a raging fire. An indescribable pain suddenly swept through his body. This kind of pain was not extreme. It seemed to bring a little comfort, which was very strange. Little by little, impurities were slowly expelled and burned to ashes under the circulation of the non-quenching jade technique and the purple universe incineration fire, making his body more and more pure. The essence of cultivating the non-quenching jade technique was to constantly temper and purify the body, making it more and more pure, just like jade. A bad jade was full of impurities, while a good jade was transparent and flawless. A person's body was pure at birth, but it would gradually be polluted by the air, the water, and the food. Cultivation would also slowly remove impurities. However, the impurities removed by ordinary cultivation were limited. Only some special secret arts could remove impurities at a deeper level, making the body more transparent and pure. The non-quenching jade technique was such a secret art. Strands of the purple universe incineration fire's power were separated and circulated throughout Chunzong's body according to the route of the non-quenching jade technique. Bit by bit, it tempered his skin, bones, muscles, and internal organs, making them constantly stronger. At the same time, strands of more tyrannical power were also born in his body, wandering between his bones and muscles. Chaos Heaven Energy. The power of the Saint Realm was called Saint Energy, while the power of the Chaos Heaven Realm was called Chaos Heaven Energy. The Chaos Heaven Energy cultivated by the non-quenching jade technique carried a trace of blazing aura. It was the power of fire, which was very amazing. Chapter 1550. A blazing aura filled the secret cultivation room, making it seem like an oven with an astonishingly high temperature. Even steel would melt into molten iron in a short time and then evaporate under the extremely high temperature. Chunzong's body was not only filled with a blazing aura, but also seemed to be burning with a faint flame. The flame looked like an illusion. It seemed unreal and somewhat illusory, but it had an astonishing power. Non-quenching jade technique. Entry stage. Chunzong's body refining potential was fully stimulated as he cultivated wholeheartedly. The heaven mixing force became more and more condensed and tyrannical, and his body was constantly refined, becoming purer and more powerful. His body refining cultivation also broke through layer by layer. Middle stage, first heaven realm. Late stage, first heaven realm. Peak first heaven realm. Peak first heaven realm. Breakthrough. Early stage, second heaven realm. When his body refining cultivation reached the early stage, second heaven realm, Chunzong could clearly feel that his physique had strengthened a lot, and the heaven-mixing force that seemed to have almost dried up became vigorous and powerful. Chunzong could clearly feel that his body, every bone, and every muscle was full of powerful strength. There was still time, and his body refining potential was still there, so he could continue to cultivate. Chunzong did not stop at all. Non-Li quenching jade technique continued to operate, and the purple world-destroying fire continued to spread throughout his body, tempering it endlessly. His body was like a precious jade. True fire refined his body. Upgrade. Breakthrough. Early stage, third heaven realm. Only then did Chunzong stop cultivating, because the accumulated potential of his body refinement was almost exhausted. Next, he would either have to obtain the help of external objects, or he would have to grind it out slowly. Non-Li quenching jade technique has reached the initial stage, so I can cultivate the distant fire force, Chunzong said to himself, his eyes seemingly burning with flames. The distant fire force was a martial arts secret technique that was part of the Non-Li quenching jade technique. It was very powerful, but he still needed to cultivate it to know its true strength. The cultivation of the Ignis force was to continuously condense and compress the chaotic heavenly power of the fire attribute to the extreme, and then merge it with the power of the flame, which was the power of the purple universe incineration fire. In the end, it would form a new and much more powerful power. Fortunately, Chunzong's divine sense was very powerful, and he had cultivated the divine mastery technique. Therefore, his divine sense was even purer, and he could easily compress and condense the chaotic heaven energy and the purple great incineration flames. A wisp of black energy condensed at the tip of his finger. It was about the thickness of a strand of hair. It looked very small and inconspicuous, but Chunzong could feel an astonishing power from it. If this power was released, it would be more than twice as terrifying as the full power of his Chaos Heaven energy at the early stage of the third level of the Chaos Heaven stage. And this was only the initial stage of condensation. Next, Chunzong did his best to cultivate the Ignis force. He constantly condensed wisps of Ignis force and stored them in his bones and muscles, so that he could draw them out at any time to release an even more terrifying power. Simply put, the Ignis force was equivalent to the strengthened version of the Non-Li quenching jade chaotic heaven energy. However, once it was used, it would be consumed and could not be recovered automatically like the chaotic heaven energy. It had to be cultivated by oneself to be able to condense and regenerate again. Therefore, it could only be used as a trump card. For several days and nights, Chunzong continued to condense the Ignis force. He did not stop until he condensed 9 wisps of Ignis force, because 9 wisps was the limit that he could condense at present. Only when he broke through the Non-Li quenching jade technique to the profound realm could he break through the limit of 9 wisps. The limit was 99 wisps. It had been more than 4 months since he had returned, and the Lingwu Holy Land had not opened yet. In the following time, he could only slowly cultivate and further hone himself. However, he could not quickly improve and break through like before. However, Chunzong was not surprised. After all, every rapid improvement was inseparable from the sharpening of life and death to stimulate the potential. When all the stimulated potential was transformed into strength, the body would enter a period of slow improvement. The way of cultivation was nothing more than this. Chunzong opened the door of the secret chamber with some satisfaction and stepped out. He had not seen the sun for many days, and it just happened to fall on his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. The way of cultivation was to have a balance between tension and relaxation. He had cultivated continuously for several months, and it was time for him to take a break and relax his body and mind. In this way, it would be more suitable for him to enter the next stage of cultivation. After strolling around for a while, Chunzong did not enter the secret chamber for closed-door cultivation. Instead, he returned to his tent to meditate. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. Even Chunzong himself did not notice that his surroundings had changed, as if the world had changed. The tent disappeared, and he was surrounded by a grayish-white color. Countless airflows flowed slowly like water. Chunzong was shocked. Where was this? He was meditating in his tent. Why did he come to such an inexplicable place when he opened his eyes? It was an illusion. Chunzong guarded his mind with an incomparably firm will. The fire of soul was burning, so he would not be so easily affected by illusions, unless the person who created the illusion had a very high level of cultivation and had amazing attainments in illusions. But if it was such a person, his strength was far from what he could deal with. Such a big shot would at least be an expert half a step away from the great saint level. He would not go so far as to deal with him. If it was not an illusion, what was it? Could it be that he had been transferred out of the tent unknowingly? In just a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Chunzong's mind. The grayish-white airflow flowed around constantly. It seemed to be silent and did not contain any aura fluctuations. It looked very ordinary, but Chunzong felt that it was unusual. Just the fact that he had appeared in such a place unknowingly was not an ordinary thing. Which senior is joking with me? Chunzong asked. His voice spread, but his smile was hidden in the grayish-white airflow. There was no reason for such a thing to happen. Someone must have done it. So who is it? What was the meaning of this? However, there was no movement and no response. Chunzong could not help but frown. Chunzong did not act rashly, because he was not sure if it would cause any adverse reactions. Wait. Chunzong waited patiently. Since someone had done it, but did not kill him, there must be a reason. So, sooner or later, the person would show up. Chunzong simply closed his eyes and meditated. While meditating, he also divided part of his mind to pay attention to all the movements around him. In this grayish-white land, he did not know how much time had passed. Then, a figure silently condensed in front of him. Chunzong opened his eyes in an instant. The figure was an old man in a gray robe. He looked very simple, just like an ordinary old man, but his eyes were incomparably deep, as if there was a part of the void of the universe. Chunzong looked at him and felt as if his mind was being sucked in and was about to fall into the void of the universe. Fortunately, Chunzong's soul was strong and his mind was incomparably tenacious, so he managed to hold on. Venerable Master Xianyuan, the gray-robed old man said, and Chunzong was instantly shocked. Venerable Master Xianyuan, the ultimate eminent saint of the Xianyuan royal family, the master of Chu Wang Shi and Chu Yuqing. Chunzong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he cupped his hands and asked, Senior, may I know why you're looking for me? This time, you've won a place in the Lingwu Holy Land for the Xianyuan world and promoted the prestige of the Xianyuan world. You've done a great deed, Venerable Master Xianyuan said with a smile. I was very interested when I heard your name. So, I brought you here to observe your temperament. Chunzong did not respond. Facing an ultimate eminent saint, he did not know what to say. The ultimate eminent saint was above the saint rudiment stage. There was a gap of 2 levels between them. Just standing in front of Venerable Master Xianyuan, Chunzong felt suppressed. This kind of suppression came from the soul and life, as if it was a suppression of the essence of life. Strictly speaking, the saint rudiment stage and the eminent saint stage were 2 different levels of life. It was like the difference between a snake and a dragon. I'd like to take you as an in-name disciple. Are you willing? Venerable Master Xianyuan said again. His words shocked Chunzong. With your talent, you can even become my personal disciple in the future. An ultimate eminent saint actually took the initiative to take him as a disciple, even if he was only an in-name disciple. What a big deal. How shocking. Chunzong was stunned and did not know how to react. It was not that Chunzong's mind was not strong enough, but the news was too shocking. To be honest, Chunzong was a little tempted. He had only obtained the Heart Sword seal of the Heart Sword Saint, and he had been reborn. Using it as a starting point, he had used it many times to reach where he was now. If he was accepted as a personal disciple by a living eminent saint stage expert, how would he be able to receive his teachings and guidance? Would he be able to soar to the sky? Moreover, becoming an in-name disciple of an ultimate eminent saint stage expert was equivalent to having a backer. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were so arrogant that even Xian Kongluo, a half-step eminent saint, ignored them. It was all because they were the personal disciples of Venerable Master Xianyuan. With Venerable Master Xianyuan as their backer, Xian Kongluo did not dare to do anything to them. Although the status of an in-name disciple was not as high as a personal disciple, it was still a disciple of an ultimate eminent saint stage expert. After all, it was very difficult to become a disciple of an ultimate eminent saint stage expert. Ordinary peerless geniuses did not have this qualification. With such a status, as long as it was in the Xianyuan realm, no matter where it was, people would be wary of this relationship. His backer was a supreme powerhouse of the great saint stage. Moreover, Venerable Master Xianyuan was the patriarch of the Xianyuan royal family. Not only did he have terrifying strength, but he also had terrifying power, which made people wary. For a moment, Chunzong did not know what to say. From the beginning until now, he had relied on his own ability to make it through most of the time. During this period, it was not that no one wanted to take him as a disciple, but it was a pity that those people's level was not high enough. However, an ultimate eminent saint stage expert was already the strongest person in the Lingwu holy world. They stood at the top of the world and shocked the world. Moreover, with his ability, it would not be difficult for him to become an in-name disciple first, and then a personal disciple in the future. Chapter 1551. In the gray space, there were two silhouettes, silent. One of them was Venerable Master Xianyuan, unmoving and unperturbed. The other was Chunzong, his emotions fluctuating like waves. It was such an honor for a supreme saint to personally accept him as a disciple. Even though Chunzong had experienced a lot, he couldn't help but feel excited. However, despite his excitement, Chunzong slowly calmed down. Although his performance in the Lingwu Holy Grounds quota competition was outstanding and he won a quota in the end, it was reasonable for Master Xianyuan to take him in as a registered disciple. However, for some reason, he still felt that it was unbelievable and unreal. If he wanted to accept him as a disciple, why didn't he send someone to summon him? Why did he use such a method? Perhaps it was Master Xuanyuan's preference. After all, it was difficult to understand the preferences of cultivators, especially those who were unfathomable. However, for some reason, Chunzong still had some doubts. He had to understand the doubts in his heart. It is my honor to be valued by you. Chunzong thought for a while, then stared at Master Xianyuan and said seriously, "But what price do I have to pay?" Chunzong's words were a little rude. However, this was a question in his heart. Chunzong wouldn't ask in a roundabout way. That wasn't his style. There is indeed a small matter that requires your help. Master Xianyuan smiled. "This is a piece of cake for you. Please tell me," Chunzong said. However, his heart sank. As expected, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. He was afraid that the important thing was that there was something that he needed him to do. As for using a registered disciple to tempt him, he was afraid that this matter was not as simple as lifting one's hand. "I have two disciples. One of them is Chu Wangshi." Master Xianyuan spoke again. However, this made Chunzong's heart sink even more. Chu Wangshi has the royal bloodline. He has extraordinary talent and carries the fortune of the royal family. He needs an opportunity. This time you want a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. This is a great merit. I won't forget it. Not only will this old man take you in as a disciple, but I will also teach you everything I know. You can also enter the royal family's treasury and choose any 3 treasures. And all you have to do is give up a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land to Chu Wangshi. Xianyuan Shangren said. His eyes fell on Chunzong, and an indescribable pressure came from him. It was as if the heavenly Tao had descended upon Chunzong. As expected, indeed, it was not simple. They were actually here for the Lingwu Holy Land's quota. The Holy Land of Lingwu only opened once every 1,000 years. For him, there was only one chance to enter. This was a big deal, but for Sage Xianyuan, it was just a trivial matter, Chunzong felt ashamed of his behavior. Fortunately, he did not let the pleasant surprise get to his head and immediately acknowledge him as his master. However, if they were to become his disciples, the meaning would be completely different. As a disciple, it was normal for him to listen to his master's orders. As the saying goes, if a disciple has something to do with his master, it has been like this since ancient times. At that time, if Sage Xianyuan were to ask for a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land, it would be difficult for him to refuse. Fortunately, his intuition worked again, and he asked clearly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Senior, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I have been alone ever since I started cultivating. I am used to freedom and have a wild temper. If I were to become your disciple, I am afraid that I would ruin your reputation and rules, Chun Zong said calmly. On the surface, he was refusing to acknowledge Sage Xianyuan as his master, but in reality, he was refusing to give up his spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. As expected, Sage Xuanyuan's expression suddenly darkened. Chun Zong's expression also changed. This was because as Sage Xuanyuan's expression darkened, the grayish-white aura in all directions seemed to be angered. It became violent, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if it was going to suppress and destroy Chun Zong, leaving nothing behind. A shocking feeling of terror struck Chun Zong's heart. Sage Xuanyuan's eyes shot out a ray of light, and it was unavoidable for Chun Zong. Chun Zong only felt that his soul fire was flickering violently, as if it was about to be extinguished. His entire soul seemed to be bound and imprisoned by an invisible but irresistible force. He could not move at all. He could only widen his eyes, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Say, you are willing to give up your spot in the Lingwu Holy Land to Chu Wangshi. Sage Xuanyuan's eyes flashed with a dark and deep light, as vast and unfathomable as the void of the universe. At the same time, Sage Xuanyuan's lips opened and closed, and he slowly said a sentence. Every word was filled with an indescribable and unique rhythm, and it constantly invaded Chun Zong's mind, making Chun Zong feel as if he was being controlled and assimilated by Sage Xianyuan. I can't say. This thought, which was the last resistance, echoed endlessly in Chun Zong's mind. Chun Zong had a feeling that once he said that sentence, it would become a fact, as if it was a golden rule. By then, the Lingwu Holy Land would no longer have anything to do with him. He had put in a lot of effort to obtain this spot. He had walked the line between life and death, and competed with many peerless geniuses. It was a great opportunity. How could he give it up to others and cut off his own opportunity? I can't say. I definitely can't say. Chun Zong was resisting and fighting, but he was horrified to find that the resistance in his mind was gradually weakening with the passage of time. It was replaced by the desire to say. Chun Zong opened his mouth, and his mouth trembled slightly. He wanted to say that sentence, but he struggled to hold it back. This feeling was incomparably uncomfortable, incomparably torturous, and unprecedented. It came from his soul, from the mind, a kind of resistance and struggle. It was many times more dangerous than a direct physical resistance. Hang in there. No matter what, he had to hang in there. Although he might not be able to hang in there for long before he had to compromise, he could still fight. He would never give up. He would never give up. Ever since he started cultivating, he had experienced countless dangers and walked the line between life and death many times. He had never given up, and he had never thought of giving up. Not in the past, not this time, and not in the future. Hang in there. An extremely strong belief burst forth. Immediately, the almost extinguished soul flame ignited and became even more exuberant. Sensing the change in Chun Zong's belief, Venerable Master Xuanyuan's eyes darkened. This time, it was not his actual body that had come. He had only sent a part of his consciousness. Otherwise, how could a mere saint realm cultivator resist? Even so, Venerable Master Xianyuan was still very surprised. He was an ultimate great saint. The difference between him and a saint realm cultivator was like the difference between an ant and a giant elephant. Even if it was just a part of his consciousness, It was like the difference between a kitten and a fierce tiger. He could not subdue the other party in a short time. This was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, if it were not for Chu Wangshi, he would have been very tempted by such a talent and would have accepted him as a personal disciple. But now that things had come to this, there was no reason for him to stop. As long as the other party said that he would give up his spot, it would be done. As for the other party's fate, naturally, his soul would be damaged. He would still be able to cultivate in the future, but it would not be as good as before. In other words, if Chunzong said what Venerable Master Xinyuan wanted, his soul would be damaged irreparably. At that time, his talent would be greatly reduced, and so would all his other aspects. He would go from a peerless prodigy to an ordinary genius. Although in the path of cultivation, one's temperament, hard work, and opportunities were important, talent was also very important. If one did not have enough talent, it would be difficult to understand and comprehend the profound inheritance after receiving it. Cultivation would be slow, and the progress would be minute. Even until death, one would not be able to see the profound secrets. This was like two people, one with an extraordinary family background, the other with an ordinary background. Both of them were doing the same business, putting in the same effort, and putting in the same effort. However, the one with an extraordinary family background would often be able to expand his business more easily and achieve great achievements. On the other hand, without the help of an extraordinary family background, the other person could only rely on his own efforts and slowly work his way up. Venerable Master Xuanyuan's method was to cut off Chunzong's path of cultivation. Hang in there. No matter what, he had to hang in there. If he could not, there would be terrible consequences. Chunzong's face was distorted, and blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. The blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes, and it looked very scary. I can't hang in there anymore. Chunzong knew that his resistance had reached its limit. Compared to a supreme saint, the gap was still too big. It was like comparing a firefly to the moon. No matter how unwilling he was, he would eventually run out of energy. Venerable Master Xinyuan, you are a supreme saint. This method is too despicable. Suddenly, a voice exploded like the thunder that split heaven and earth. It carried a hint of anger. A terrifying and irresistible force instantly descended from the sky. It was like a giant hand that could tear the sky apart. It directly tore apart the grayish-white space, splitting heaven and earth. It was like splitting heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying and appalling. The grayish-white void was torn apart and shattered. It was mercilessly trampled and destroyed. Such a change was beyond Venerable Master Xuanyuan's expectations. The darkness in the depths of his eyes disappeared in an instant. Chunzong only felt that the shackles on his soul had disappeared. He could no longer hold on and fell into darkness. It was as if he was sinking into an endless abyss. Xiantian, don't meddle in other people's business, Venerable Master Xinyuan said angrily. He was about to succeed, but because of Venerable Master Xuanyuan's interference, everything was ruined. Venerable Master Xuanyuan's heart was filled with unspeakable anger. This man is a general of my Xiantian army, a peerless genius of my Xiantian army. It is his ability and fortune to obtain a place in the Linggu Holy Land. It is not something that you can covet. Venerable Master Xuanyuan's giant hand was extremely fierce. It was as if the sky was collapsing. He mercilessly attacked Venerable Master Xuanyuan's consciousness with anger. Boom! After all, Venerable Master Xinyuan did not come personally. It was just a body that was condensed from his consciousness. How could it resist the furious Venerable Master Xinyuan? It was immediately crushed and completely disappeared. Chapter 1552. Sinking into Oblivion Without End. Chunzong woke up with a start and immediately stood up. His eyes shone brightly as he looked around. This was his own tent. What he had just experienced was still vivid in his mind. It felt like a dream. It was like a dream, a nightmare. However, Chunzong knew very well that it was not a dream. It really happened to him. Venerable Master Xianyuan. Previously, it was Venerable Master Xianyuan who was targeting him. Fortunately, someone else helped him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would he lose the opportunity to enter the Lingwu Holy Land, but he would also suffer serious consequences. Hatred. A trace of hatred and killing intent quietly grew and condensed in the bottom of his heart. Immediately, Chunzong let out a heavy breath. At this moment, the difference in strength between him and Venerable Master Xianyuan was too great. It was indescribable. Even a half-step Great Saint powerhouse was no different from an ant in front of a true Great Saint powerhouse. Strength. In the end, it was still strength. If he was also a Great Saint, would Venerable Master Xianyuan dare to do this to him? He would not dare. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong calmed himself down. His eyes became deeper and deeper. Immediately after, he carefully examined himself. His soul fire was still burning, and it seemed to be even more vigorous. He was not injured, and there was no backup plan. However, when he was unconscious, he heard Venerable Master Xianyuan shouting the two words Xiantian. Xiantian was alone? Soon, Chunzong found out. It was because the general of the Divine Mystery Army had summoned him. Chunzong also knew that the person who had saved him back then was the general of the Xiantian Army, an ultimate powerhouse of the Supreme Saint stage, the Xiantian Divine General. Compared to Venerable Master Xianyuan, Divine General Xiantian was a newly advanced Great Saint, while Venerable Master Xianyuan was a veteran Great Saint. However, at that time, it was only Venerable Master Xianyuan's will incarnation. After all, it was too obvious for an eminent Saint stage powerhouse to make a move at will. He did not want others to know that he had personally made a move to force a Saint Rudiment Stage Junior to snatch a spot. It was also because of this that Divine General Xiantian had defeated him so easily. From the bottom of his heart, Chunzong was grateful to Immortal General Xiantian. If Divine General Xiantian had not intervened in time, he would have been crippled and all his efforts would have been in vain. The Lingwu Sacred Ground is about to open. Cultivate well and strive to obtain great opportunities in the Lingwu Sacred Ground. The general patted Chunzong's shoulder and said, although he was a top half-step Great Saint expert, he was powerless when it came to Great Saint experts. Even though he despised Venerable Xuanyuan's actions, there was nothing he could do. Chunzong didn't keep thinking about it, because it was meaningless. I'll put it aside for now and focus on my cultivation. 3 days later, Shanxian's army chief sent someone to inform him that they had found Tianfeng. He had finally found Heavenly Wind. Chunzong set off immediately after asking for directions and locations. The Three Tribulations Sharpening Secret Technique was a supreme secret technique for sharpening sword intent. It was created by an ancient Great Saint expert who had spent his entire life on it. Unfortunately, he was already a Great Saint and couldn't cultivate it. This secret technique could only be passed down and waited for the fated person. And Chunzong was that fated person. Chunzong had already cultivated the first tribulation, Earthly Fire Tribulation. Earthly Fire was relatively easy to find, but Heavenly Wind was even harder to find. As for the last tribulation, Void Lightning, it was the rarest. Forget about Void Lightning for now. He would cultivate the second tribulation first. He flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, crossing the sky and fleeing into the distance. After 3 days and 3 nights, Chunzong finally arrived at the location of Heavenly Wind. In the sky, a terrifying black storm was raging endlessly. It was filled with a destructive aura, as if it would crush and destroy everything that came close. Even from 10,000 meters away, Chunzong could clearly feel the terrifying might of the black wind, and his heart palpitated. Heavenly Wind. Heavenly Wind raged in the sky. Now that his heart's Sword Dao intent had reached the 6th revolution, it could withstand the tempering of Heavenly Wind. However, this tribulation was called Heavenly Wind Tribulation, and it was extremely dangerous. He took a deep breath and cleared his mind. He focused. Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp and determined light as he stared ahead. Heart Sword Tao Intent. It filled the air. The Heart Sword Tao Intent was a kind of spiritual power. It was an invisible power between heaven and earth. It couldn't be seen or touched, but could be felt. But after reaching the sixth revolution realm, it was extremely condensed. One could vaguely see an illusory sword shadow leaving the body, moving forward with an extremely shocking aura. It broke through all obstacles, and in an instant, it pierced into the black storm. Heavenly wind raged endlessly, destroying everything. As soon as the Heart Sword Tao Intent entered, Chunzong's expression changed slightly. He felt as if his Heart Sword Tao Intent was about to be destroyed. It was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea that could be destroyed at any time. It was like a candle flame in a strong wind that could be extinguished at any time. Persevere. Now, all Chunzong could do was to persevere with his own will. He tried his best to prevent the Heart Sword Tao Intent from dissipating and accept the blow and tempering of the heavenly wind. Chunzong suddenly realized that it was easier than he had imagined. He didn't know if it was because his Heart Sword Tao Intent had reached the sixth revolution and was more powerful, or because he was attacked by Venerable Master Xuanyuan's will. The invisible resistance caused his will to improve. Perhaps it was both. All in all, there were only benefits. There were no disadvantages. Under the heavenly wind, the Heart Sword Tao Intent became more condensed. Heavenly wind was different from earth fire. Earth fire would always exist unless it disappeared. However, heavenly wind would not. It would disappear after a period of time. It could be a day, a month, or even a year. It was full of uncertainty. Chunzong only hoped that the heavenly wind here could last a little longer. At least, it would allow him to complete the heavenly wind tribulation. Under the heavenly wind tribulation, the Heart Sword Tao Intent was changing. It was a deep transformation. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The heavenly wind was gradually shrinking. On the 4th day, the size of the heavenly wind had shrunk by half. The cultivation of the heavenly wind tribulation was also nearing its end. On the 5th day, the heavenly wind disappeared. The cultivation of the heavenly wind tribulation was also completed. It was a close shave. It was just a little time difference. The Heart Sword Tao Intent that was originally an illusory sword shadow had changed at this moment. A clear outline could be seen. It was as if it was made of transparent crystal. It was still a 6th revolution and still a high-level Tao Intent. However, it was filled with traces of indescribable aura. It was filled with shocking potential. Chunzong could also acutely feel that the Heart Sword Tao Intent's potential was shocking. As time passed, it was changing bit by bit. It seemed to be undergoing a fundamental transformation. It was transforming toward a higher level. 4th level Tao Intent. Low level, mid-level, high level, and top level. Now that the Heart Sword Tao Intent was already at the high level, it would transform to the top level. If the Heart Sword Tao Intent transformed to the top level, its power would increase greatly. At least, it would be multiplied. However, it wasn't that easy to transform. It needed time. Since the second of the 3 tribulations, the heavenly wind tribulation, had been completed, Chunzong didn't stay. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew back to the Shantian army's camp. In the Shantian army's general tent, Chunzong allowed the Heart Sword Tao Intent to slowly transform while comprehending sword techniques and the 9 heavens lightning stomp. He wanted to improve his strength before the Lingwu's sacred ground opened. He didn't know if there were any dangers in the Lingwu's sacred ground. He also didn't know if he would have to compete with the other 9 in the Lingwu's sacred ground. As for the other 9, the 3 holy sons were undoubtedly very strong. Moreover, as he improved, so did the others. The Great Mystery Technique, non-li quenching Jade Technique, Ancient Fire Refining Technique, Sword Technique, Footwork Technique. Everything was in the process of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Within this month, Chunzong's overall strength had also improved, becoming even more powerful. However, His chi cultivation was still at the late 5th level of the Saint Realm, and he was at the 24th level of the Great Mystery Technique. It wasn't easy to break through. However, his physique refinement had improved from the early 3rd level of the Chaotic Heaven Realm to the middle 3rd level of the Chaotic Heaven Realm. However, his non-quenching Jade technique was still at the initial stage. He had completely mastered the 5th step of the 9 Heavens Lightning Stomp, which greatly reduced the burden. On this day, Xian Kongluo came to visit. Chunzong, the Lingwu sacred ground is about to open. Come with me. Xian Kongluo didn't beat around the bush. Chunzong was slightly excited when he heard this. Was it finally going to open? He had been waiting for this day for a long time. There was no need to pack anything. Chunzong took the extreme edge sword and set off with Xian Kongluo. This time, they took the Xiantian heaven-shaking ship. There was only one person among the younger generation on the Xiantian heaven-shaking ship, and that was Chunzong. The others were all escorts. In addition to Xian Kongluo, a half-step Great Saint Stage powerhouse, there was another half-step Great Saint Stage powerhouse and 50-peak Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. These 50-peak Saint Realm experts were the experts in the Xiantian army. They knew the battle array technique. When they attacked together, their power was enough to threaten a half-step Great Saint. In other words, the force escorting Chunzong this time was 3 half-step Great Saints, which was really amazing. It showed how much importance they attached to Chunzong. In the distance, several figures were lurking as if they were hiding in the void, staring at the Xiantian heaven-shaking ship. Attack, one of the figures said. His voice was extremely hoarse. Wait! The leader seemed to have sensed something, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Why? The third person asked. There are great saints. The 3 were shocked and hurriedly ran away. They were the 3 half-step great saint experts from the Dark Forces. Their purpose was to assassinate Chunzong. Unfortunately, on the surface, in addition to the equivalent of 3 half-step great saint experts, there was also the consciousness of a great saint expert in the dark, which meant that his real body could descend at any time. Only a real great saint expert could fight against a great saint expert. No matter how powerful a half-step great saint expert was, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Fortunately, they had secret treasures that could sense it. Otherwise, they would be killed by a great saint expert if they acted rashly. Chapter 1553. In the vast void, a huge battleship kept rising into the sky, as if it was going to rush out of Tianyuan sacred territory. Standing on the deck of the Xianyuan heaven-shaking battleship, Chunzong did not feel the slightest impact under the protection of the protective shield. It was very stable, as if he was standing on flat ground. However, outside the protective shield, Chunzong stared at it with a slightly solemn expression. If it were a more ordinary person, they would definitely be frightened. Countless sparks were constantly sputtering. These sparks were produced by the high-speed friction between the protective shield and the astral current in the atmosphere. Every spark looked as gorgeous, magnificent as a firework. But through the protective shield, Chunzong could feel the power and danger contained within. It was terrifying. If any spark sputtered onto his body, it would instantly pierce through and burn him. There was no way he could resist at all. He felt that the power of each spark was at least at the 9th level Saint Realm. The higher it went, the more intense the atmosphere was. It was extremely terrifying. Without the strength of a half-step Supreme Saint, it was simply courting death. The astral wind and heavenly thunder here were extremely powerful, enough to destroy a 9th level Saint Realm expert, leaving nothing behind. Was the Lingwu sacred ground located in such a dangerous place? Chunzong was looking forward to it. It opened once in 1,000 years. The Lingwu sacred ground. What kind of place was it? After passing through the atmosphere, it was calm, but Chunzong saw darkness. It was silent darkness. It seemed to be the color of the void of the universe. The Xianyuan heaven-shaking battleship slowly slowed down and finally stopped at the highest point of Tianyuan sacred territory at the edge of the Lingwu's sacred world. Above it was the void of the universe, and below it was the Lingwu's sacred world. Chunzong also saw other battleships rushing out of the atmosphere and appearing in the void of the universe. They were battleships from the other 8 realms. Immediately, an extremely shocking cry resounded through heaven and earth. A giant wild beast with a wild aura also rushed out of the atmosphere, its wings carrying endless sparks like a torrent of thick smoke. It was extremely terrifying. This was a giant wild beast that was equivalent to a half-step great sage, and it was carrying the experts and geniuses of the great wilderness. 9 battleships and a giant desolate beast floated quietly at the border between the Lingwu's sacred world and the universe. They waited quietly for the Lingwu's sacred ground to open. The Lingwu's sacred grounds were open once every 1,000 years, but 1,000 years was just a general term. It could be 900 years or 1,000 years or close to 1,000 years. As for the crowd, they only vaguely knew when it would open. The approximate time would be slightly off, and they were unable to pinpoint the exact number of days. They waited in silence, waiting for nothing to happen to each other. Suddenly, in the distance, a black wave swept over. An extremely terrifying aura also spread out along with the impact, bringing with it a shocking might. Cruel, and evil. It was the Void Demon. Everyone's expression turned solemn. To think that there would actually be Void Demons appearing. Moreover, it wasn't just one of them, nor was it a small group. It seemed like an entire army had come prepared. Could it be that the Void Demons had also noticed this place? Prepare for battle. The order was instantly given. Immediately, the 9 battleships moved and lined up in a row, facing the Void Demon army that was like a surging black wave. The giant desolate beast also flapped its wings and stood side by side with the 9 battleships, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Whether it was for the Tianyuan sacred world or the great wilderness, the Void Demons were a big threat. They were enemies of life and death and could not be resolved. There was no hesitation or compromise. Fight! Chunzong stood on the deck, staring at the black wave that was constantly approaching. He felt the terrifying and violent aura of the Void Demons, and suddenly, his blood was about to boil. When the battle begins, stay on the battleship. Once the Lingwu's sacred ground opens, immediately enter. Xian Kongluo patted Chunzong on the shoulder and said seriously. In other words, Chunzong could not participate in this battle. Speaking of which, in such a battle, Chunzong's personal strength was actually very small and weak, and so were the peerless geniuses of the other realms. Although their strength was not bad, at best, they could only compete with the King Rel Void Demons. Killing 1 or 2 lower-level King-level Void Demons was of little use to an entire legion. Moreover, with the strength of Chunzong and the others, once they were trapped in the Void Demon army, there was only one way out, and there was no other outcome. Although Chunzong wanted to take action and kill the Void Demons himself, he could only suppress this idea, because it was not appropriate. Now, he could only act as a bystander. The Void Demon army continued to approach like a surging black wave. The closer they got, the clearer Chunzong saw that they were strange black fortresses, and each of them was surrounded by a large number of Void Demons, all of which were Saint Realm Void Demons. Sky-piercing cannon, Xian Kongluo ordered. Immediately, the giant cannon at the bow of the mystic Yuan heaven-striking warship began to charge at an astonishing speed. Chunzong could feel waves of energy coming from all directions of the mystic Yuan heaven-shaking warship, rapidly spreading towards the huge cannon at the bow of the warship. It was like rivers and streams flowing into the sea. A faint light condensed and bloomed at the giant cannon at the bow of the warship, becoming more and more intense, until it was as dazzling as the sun. Not only the mystic Yuan heaven-striking warship, but the other 8 warships also did the same. The giant wild beast's wings flapped gently, and a terrifying and powerful force quickly condensed, causing the edges of its wings to bloom with a touch of dazzling brilliance, like the edge of a blade. Boom! The 9 warships trembled at the same time and fired their cannons at the same time. Suddenly, 9 rays of light of different colors, each of which was at least 10 meters thick, mercilessly blasted out with mighty momentum. Each ray of light carried a terrifying power. Chunzong felt his hair stand on end when he sensed it. Very strong, very scary, very scary. Such power could seriously injure a half-step great saint. In the cosmic void, after the giant cannon blasts, the light was vast and mighty, but it was silent, as if the mighty momentum was swallowed by the darkness of the cosmic void. The giant wild beast's wings flapped gently, and suddenly 2 rays of barren blade light, shaped like crescent moons, broke through the void, each of which was dozens of meters long, and instantly cut the cosmic void. Of course, in the cosmic void, such blade light was too weak and insignificant. In an instant, the 9 rays of light from the giant cannon and the winged blade light arrived. The void fiends also began to attack one after another. Streaks of extremely terrifying black light shot out. Collision. An extremely terrifying explosion suddenly shook, as if it was going to destroy everything. This kind of shocking power was actually nothing in the void of the universe. It was just like waves on a vast ocean. 1, 2, 3. The mystic Yuan heaven-striking warship fired continuously, and 1 ray of terrifying light after another blasted out, as if it was going to shatter the cosmic void. The explosion was earth-shattering, and the demons of the void immediately suffered a strong blow. Each of these attacks was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a half-step great saint, and its power was naturally terrifying. Although firing like this consumed a lot of energy, it was more cost-effective than letting a half-step great saint expert personally charge in a kill. After all, if there was no energy, it could be replenished, but it was not so easy to become a half-step great saint expert, and the death of even one would be a great loss. After a few rounds of firing, the demons of the void also suffered a lot of losses. With such power, even a half-step great saint expert would not dare to take it head-on. Fire, fire, fire. Fortunately, each warship had a large amount of energy reserves, and everyone also had a lot of heavenly yuan pills and so on, which could be used as a source of energy for the warship. For now, there was no need to worry about energy consumption, and they attacked with all their might. The demons of the void kept approaching, and they were bombarded and suffered losses. However, the demons of the void kept counterattacking, and every time they counterattacked, there would be black light blasted out, bombarding the warship, but it was blocked by the defensive power of the warship. Once this defensive power was fully activated, it could withstand the full-strength attack of a half-step Great Saint expert, and it would not be broken unless it was a Great Saint expert. However, even among the demons of the void, Great Saint experts were at the top, and they would not be mobilized easily. This was because once a Great Saint expert was mobilized, it meant that the war had fully begun and it had reached a very intense level. According to the current situation, it had not reached that level yet. Xiankong Luo and another half-step Great Saint expert stood on the left and right sides of Qinzhong, and 50 Peak Saint Rudiment Stage experts had already stood in position according to the battle formation, ready to erupt with tyrannical battle power at any time. With such heavy protection, Qinzhong was very safe. On the other warships, the peerless Sky Prides who were about to enter the Lingwu Holy Land were also heavily protected. The demons of the void kept approaching. At the same time, an arc of light appeared in the darkness of the cosmic void. The arc of light was just an inkling, but it was extremely huge. As it gradually appeared, it became more and more shocking, and traces of extremely mysterious aura fluctuations also spread out. There seemed to be a whistling sound, but it also seemed to be soundless. The wisps of aura swept past like a wind in the void. That wind seemed to carry an indescribable fluctuation and an irresistible mighty force. In an instant, the void of the universe seemed to have solidified. All the attacks came to a standstill, as though they had turned into a picture scroll that was suspended in the void. The demonic army that was approaching the void seemed to have been frozen as well. This kind of power could not be resisted at all, and even half-step great saint experts seemed insignificant in front of it. Perhaps only a great saint expert could resist it. It felt like a long time had passed. The arc of light gradually expanded, and everyone gradually saw it clearly. It was not an arc of light, but a door with a strange appearance. That door seemed to be filled with endless temptation and mysteries. The Lingwu Holy Land had opened. Immediately, another wave of aura spread out and swept across everyone, as if it was detecting something. Immediately, Chunzong felt that his body was wrapped by an invisible but irresistible force, and he began to fly into the sky. Not only Chunzong, but the peerless sky prides from the other 8 realms and the great wilderness also felt the same. Chapter 1554. The glowing door continued to enlarge in front of them, filling their eyes as if it was a vast world. The 10 figures were absorbed by an invisible force and quickly flew into the sky, quickly approaching the glowing door. The moment Shinzong entered the door, he seemed to hear countless sounds. The sound of wind, water, birds, beasts, humans. Shinzong also seemed to see countless shadows. Forests, grass, birds, beasts, pedestrians. This was like a world of its own, containing endless profundities. The 10 peerless prodigies entered the glowing door at the same time and disappeared. All the voices disappeared, and all the figures disappeared as well. Nothing could be felt, nothing could be seen. It was as if all 6 senses had been sealed. This feeling was not pleasant. Fortunately, this feeling of sealing off all 6 senses only lasted for a very short time. The 10 of them landed one after another. The sky was gray and the earth was yellow. It was like a chaotic world that had yet to open. The 10 of them landed on a barren land. At a glance, the earth was boundless and the sky was boundless. Everyone did not retract their gazes after glancing around. This was because they had already done some research on the Lingwu sacred ground before stepping into this place. The Lingwu sacred ground was rumored to have been created by a powerful cultivator in the ancient times. That powerful cultivator was said to be Emperor Lingwu. He was the most powerful cultivator in the Lingwu sacred world at that time, and no one could compare to him. There was a saying that if Emperor Lingwu was still in the Lingwu sacred world at that time, there would not have been such a huge loss. This was because Emperor Lingwu alone was enough to kill many powerful cultivators in the void. Unfortunately, Emperor Lingwu had already left the Lingwu sacred world, and his whereabouts were unknown. Only the Lingwu sacred ground, which opened once every 1,000 years, was left behind. It opened once every 1,000 years, and those who entered had a chance of obtaining opportunities. Those opportunities were the various inheritances left behind by Emperor Lingwu. It was said that there were many kinds of inheritances: cultivation techniques, martial arts, secret techniques, pills, weapons, and so on. Of course, it was also possible to obtain nothing. After all, Emperor Lingwu had left behind his legacy. However, if one wanted to obtain these legacies and opportunities, one needed to be capable enough. If one didn't have the ability, they naturally wouldn't be able to obtain anything. It was equivalent to taking a stroll around this place to broaden one's horizons. That was all. Of course, all those who were able to enter here possessed extraordinary natural talent and ability. Most of them were able to obtain an inheritance through the test, and the only difference was the strength of the inheritance and fortuitous encounter. As for the supreme inheritance of Emperor Lingwu, no one had obtained it yet. Although countless people yearned for it, no one knew where the supreme inheritance of Emperor Lingwu was located. This was because the Lingwu Holy Land had already been thoroughly explored by many people. The Lingwu sacred grounds are divided into 10 levels of heaven. Only one person was allowed to enter each level of heaven. Therefore, every time the Lingwu sacred grounds opened, only 10 people could enter. It was said that there were opportunities in every heaven. The higher one went, the better the opportunities. Of course, at the same time, the test would be more difficult. Currently, everyone was in the first level of heaven of the Lingwu's sacred grounds, which was also the lowest level. However, the door to the second level of heaven had yet to open. According to the ancient records left behind by their predecessors, the door would only appear when the time was right. At that time, everyone would have to take action. As for now, there was no need to rush. Suddenly, Qinzong was locked on by two gazes and two auras. The divine god of the Taishan sacred palace, Gong Tianxing. The two brothers had obtained a spot in the profound world this time. In the Tianyuan ruins, Qinzong had fought with Gong Tianxing and caused Gong Tianxing to suffer. He had also indirectly challenged the Taishan saint and caused him to suffer a loss. This was a humiliation to the two brothers. Now that they had entered the Lingwu's sacred grounds, it was an excellent opportunity. In this place, fighting and killing were not prohibited. No one would care. A sinister smile appeared on Gong Tianxing's face. After leaving the Tianyuan ruins and returning to the Taishan Saint Palace in the profound world, Gong Tianxing had been cultivating diligently. With the help of a large amount of resources from the Taishan Saint Palace, his cultivation base had reached the late 6th Heaven Saint realm. He had also made progress in other aspects, and his strength had increased. What came with great strength was even greater self-confidence. Wisps of ferocious aura emanated from Gong Tianxing's body and locked on to Qinzong through the void. The others spread out, but they did not leave immediately. Instead, they watched from the sidelines. Qinzong was the only one in the profound world. The others were not familiar with Qinzong and had no relationship with him. Therefore, they would not stand on the same side as Qinzong. In essence, after stepping into the Lingwu's sacred grounds, everyone was a competitor. Now, they were just waiting for the right time. While waiting for the right time, there was also a good show to watch. Now, I'd like to see who else will come to help you. Gong Tianxing smiled coldly. His eyes were sharp and threatening. He took a step forward and his body flashed like the wind, instantly closing in on Qinzong. He unsheathed his heavenly punishment saber and mercilessly slashed out with extreme, killing intent and power. This saber was extremely sharp and decisive in its killing. It did not show the slightest mercy. Gong Tianxing's murderous intent toward Qinzong was extremely strong. Slash! Qinzong's eyes narrowed slightly. From this saber, he could see that Gong Tianxing's strength had increased significantly compared to before. However, his own improvement was even greater. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed. With a flick and a slash, Qinzong lifted Gong Tianxing's saber. The extremely sharp sword tore through the air, tearing through the air as it shot towards Gong Tianxing. Qinzong did not show any mercy with this sword. This saber strike was filled with astonishing killing intent. It was clear that Gong Tianxing wanted to kill him. Qinzong had never shown mercy to such an enemy. Gong Tianxing's pupils shrank like needles. He was extremely shocked. The onlookers were also shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? It looked so ordinary and simple, but it was so mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if that flicking and slicing contained some kind of principle. The god of Taishan's sacred palace's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised. Gong Tianxing had to use all his strength to dodge, but there were traces of sweat on his forehead. How could this be? How could Qinzong's strength have increased so significantly? It was simply shocking. Gong Tianxing dodged Qinzong's attack, but he was powerless to counterattack. Because Qinzong had used his sword technique, the sword light turned into threads that circled around him. Infinite sword chain slash. In an instant, Gong Tianxing was trapped in Qinzong's sword technique. He could only parry and was powerless to counterattack. Over the past few months, not only had Qinzong's cultivation improved, the improvement in his swordsmanship was even more shocking. Every single sword move seemed to be the culmination of his previous moves, and they contained an indescribable profundity. This improvement was far greater than his own. How shocking! In an instant, Gong Tianxing was in a difficult position and was suppressed by Qinzong. In terms of cultivation, Gong Tianxing had broken through from the mid-6th Heaven Saint realm to the late 6th Heaven Saint realm, but Chunzong had also broken through from the mid-6th Heaven Saint realm to the late 6th Heaven Saint realm. Therefore, the gap in cultivation didn't widen. In other aspects, Chunzong's body refinement cultivation had improved greatly. Moreover, his heart sword Dao intent had also broken through from the 5th revolution to the 6th revolution. His sword technique had also improved, so his improvement was naturally more obvious than Gong Tianxing's. The infinite sword chain had also become more complete and exquisite. Lifeless sword style. The increasingly perfected lifeless sword style slashed out. Extreme killing intent assaulted Gong Tianxing's mind, causing him to tremble at that moment. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. He could only watch as an extremely terrifying beam of sword light tore through the sky and slashed towards him. This sword was fierce, decisive, and forceful. Gong Tianxing felt as if his neck was about to be severed and he would die an unnatural death. There was great terror between life and death. Gong Tianxing's face was filled with horror. In the blink of an eye, just as the sword was about to cut through Gong Tianxing's neck, a terrifying force descended. It was formless and incorporeal, but it was extremely powerful. It directly suppressed Chunzong, causing his body to sink and his sword to pause. Then, Gong Tianxing's body seemed to be pulled back by an invisible hand, and he rapidly retreated. After that, a palm print that was condensed into a material state smashed through space, and it carried copious and irresistible terrifying might as it attacked ferociously. Chunzong's pupil shrank. This palm print seemed simple, but it sealed off the surrounding space. An invisible pressure combined with a heavy, profound force field crazily squeezed from all directions. For a moment, Chunzong couldn't move. He could only watch as the solid palm print blasted toward him. Everyone was shocked. The great profound Saint Sun had made his move. The sky-frigid Saint Sun and ancient Saint Sun's pupils shrank to the size of needles. They felt that the Taishan Saint Sun's heavy, profound force field was even more terrifying. Chunzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he completely unleashed his strength. Slash! The lifeless sword style was activated to the extreme, and the extreme sharp sword was also activated to the extreme. The sword slashed down. This sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Slash! The sword and the palm print collided. The sword radiance was instantly shattered, and the palm print was also split open. A trace of the fire force burst out, giving Chunzong even more power. He retreated. With this move, Chunzong knew that there was still a big gap between him and the Taishan Saint Sun. Unless he used the Azure doppelganger, he was no match for the Taishan Saint Sun. Go! Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately used the 5th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens and quickly retreated. His current strength was much stronger than Gong Tianxing's, but there was a clear gap between him and the Taishan Saint Sun. However, since the Taishan Saint Sun had personally made a move, there was no reason for Chunzong to escape. The Taishan Saint Sun's figure flashed, and he approached Chunzong as if he had teleported. Once again, he struck out with his palm. As the palm struck out, all the power in the surroundings was absorbed, including the air. It was as if there was a black hole hidden in the palm print, swallowing everything. Horrifying. Chunzong was horrified from the bottom of his heart. This palm print was not something he could withstand. Why was the Taishan Saint Sun so powerful? Moreover, the aura he exuded had reached the peak of the 6th level Saint Rudiment stage. His cultivation was even higher, and his strength was even more terrifying. The fear on Gong Tianxing's face disappeared, and it was replaced by a cold smile and killing intent. This person deserved to die. His improvement was too fast. If he had more time, he might have caught up with the Divine Realm experts. However, since the Divine Realm experts had already made a move, Gong Tianxing could not escape and could only die here. Chapter 1555. I am the Emperor Lingwu. Suddenly, an ancient voice reverberated throughout the area. It contained an indescribable majesty, as if it was the power of heaven and earth. Everyone's attention was attracted. Even the Taishan sage, who was chasing after Chenzong, stopped. Compared to killing Chenzong, what was happening now was obviously more important. As the ancient voice reverberated, an illusory figure appeared in the sky. It looked like a huge face. It looked unreal, but it was filled with endless majesty. Everyone guessed that this might be one of the methods left behind by the Emperor Lingwu, such as the incarnation of his will. Back then, the Emperor Lingwu was the most powerful person in the Lingwu holy world. No one could imagine his methods. Juniors, I have left behind an opportunity and inheritance here. Work hard. As soon as he finished speaking, an arc of light bloomed in the sky. It stretched and turned into a door. That was the door to the second heaven. According to the rules, only 9 people could pass through this door. The place where everyone was now was the first heaven. In the first heaven, 10 people could exist together. In the second heaven, 9 people could exist together. In the third heaven, 8 people could exist together. And so on. In the 10th heaven, only 1 person could exist. In theory, the opportunity in the first heaven was the most ordinary, and the opportunity in the 10th heaven was the most precious. Before entering the Lingwu holy ground, everyone had been informed of this. Hence, the 10th heaven was everyone's first goal. Charge. In an instant, everyone used their movement techniques. Like arrows released from a bow, they shot up into the sky as fast as lightning toward the door to the second heaven. Out of the 10 people, only 9 could enter the second heaven. 1 would be left behind in the first heaven. Charge! 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 One by one, they shot up into the sky and rushed toward the door as fast as they could. Chunzong's cultivation was the lowest among the 10, but Chunzong wasn't the slowest. At the very least, Chunzong's speed was faster than Gong Tianxing and the others. He was second only to the 3 saints and 2 Auton. In an instant, the Sky Frost Saint's son, the Ancient Saint's son, and the barbaric dragon Tuatian all rushed into the door and entered the second level of heaven. However, the Taishan Saint's son did not. Instead, he stopped at the door and stared at Chenzong. His killing intent was extremely sharp. His palm was like a blade, and there was an extremely terrifying power condensing at the edge of his palm. It was as bright as the edge of a blade. Chenzong was rushing toward the door as fast as he could. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his expression changed drastically. The Taishan Saint's heavy Xian force field spread out and instantly suppressed Chenzong from the sky. At the same time, the palm knife slashed through the air. Boom! The extremely terrifying saber light slashed down mercilessly with an irresistible force. It clearly had an astonishing sharpness that could split mountains and split the earth, but it also carried the terrifying might of a thunderbolt. This attack was merciless. Heavenly ferocious force field. But under the heavenly ferocious force field's attack, the Taishan Saint Sun's expression did not change at all. There was only coldness on his face, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his eyes. He seemed to be mocking Chunzong for overestimating himself and working so hard for nothing. After the heavenly ferocious force field last time, the Taishan Saint Sun had returned to the Taishan Sacred Palace and found a secret treasure that could fend off external evils. Chunzong used all his strength to resist again, but he felt that the power was too difficult to resist. He felt like his entire body was about to be split open, and he quickly fell from the sky. Then, the others entered the door and disappeared. In the end, Gong Tianxing even looked back at Chenzong. "Stay in the first level of heaven obediently," Gong Tianxing said with a sneer. The opportunity in the first level of heaven was the worst. This was the experience of those who had entered since ancient times. Letting Chunzong stay in the first level of heaven would at most give him the worst opportunity. It was the best choice. In the end, the Taishan Saint Sun looked down from above. His eyes were aloof and indifferent. He looked at Chunzong as if he was looking at an ant. Shenzong looked up and met the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes. His eyes were extremely sharp, but they could not affect the Taishan Saint Sun at all. Then, the Taishan Saint Sun turned around and disappeared into the door. The door also closed. Instantly, an empty feeling filled Chunzong's heart. When Chunzong knew that there were 10 levels of heaven in the Lingwu sacred ground, and that there was an opportunity or inheritance in each level, and the higher the level, the better the opportunity and inheritance. Chunzong set his goal at the 10th level of heaven. Of course, Chunzong also knew that everyone's first goal would be the opportunity in the 10th level of heaven. The competition would be fierce. Therefore, the second and third goals were the 9th level of heaven and the 8th level of heaven, respectively. At the very least, they would enter the 7th level of heaven. However, he did not expect to be targeted by the Taishan Saint Sun. He could not enter the 2nd level of heaven and could only stay in the 1st level of heaven. A strong sense of unwillingness grew in his heart, and a trace of murderous intent filled the air. Then, Chunzong exhaled heavily. Now that he could not enter the 2nd level of heaven and could not enter the higher levels, he could only stay in the 1st level of heaven. It was a foregone conclusion. Then, he could only search for the opportunity in the 1st level of heaven. The Lingwu sacred ground was left behind by the Emperor Lingwu. No matter how bad the opportunity in the 1st level of heaven was, it should be extraordinary. He hoped so. Chunzong calmed down and looked around. Then he used his movement technique and quickly flew forward. He only knew that there was an opportunity in the 1st level of heaven, but he did not know where it was. He could only search for it. The 9 supreme prodigies entered the 2nd level of heaven, and the door to the 3rd level of heaven opened. A new round of competition began. It was destined that 1 person would stay in the 2nd level of heaven, and 8 people would enter the 3rd level of heaven. With the help of the Taishan Saint, Gong Tianxing entered the 3rd level of heaven, the 4th level of heaven, the 5th level of heaven, and finally stopped at the 6th level of heaven. As for the barbarian Dragon Sky expansion, he stopped at the 7th level of heaven. After an intense competition between the Sky Chill Saint Sun and the Ancient Saint Sun, the Sky Chill Saint Sun was slower and stayed in the 8th level of heaven. The Ancient Saint Sun stayed in the 9th level of heaven. Only the Taishan Saint Sun entered the 10th level of heaven. Since then, they each searched for their own opportunity. The Lingwu Sacred Ground's 1st level of heaven was very vast. Chunzong flew at his fastest speed for half a day, but he still could not see the end. Chunzong flew at full speed. His speed was shocking, and he had already flown very far in half a day. Fly, fly, fly. Chunzong suddenly remembered that whenever he entered a mystic realm, he would be told that there was a time limit. Only this time, there was no time limit. Was there no time limit? Or did they forget? For such a big matter, it should not be the latter. Chunzong also did not know how far he had flown. All in all, he still could not see the end. There was only an endless barren wilderness. There were no mountains, water, or trees. This kind of barren world would drive people crazy if they stayed here for too long. Chunzong's was very strong. His expression did not change. It was as if there were no ripples in the water of an ancient well. He continued to fly forward with determination. He did not know where the opportunity was. He could only follow his heart. Since he felt this way, then he would follow his heart. The thousands of identical colors made Chunzong feel as if he was motionless. This kind of high-speed flight was just an illusion. Instantly, his tenacious mind and willpower, which had been tempered through countless trials and tribulations, fluctuated in an instant. As soon as this thought appeared, Chunzong stopped to observe carefully. The more he looked, the more obvious that feeling became. It was as if he had been doing something useless. He thought that he was flying forward continuously, but in reality, he was just staying in the same place. However, he did not know what method he used to create this illusion. Or rather, it was an illusion. The moment this epiphany arose, Chunzong felt a unique wave of energy coming from all directions. The fluctuation gradually spread and swept in all directions. Immediately, wisps of yellow, sand-like smoke rose into the air, curling up like smoke from kitchen chimneys. Shenzong stood in the middle of it, unmoving. However, he had already released his divine thought and heart domain to cover all directions. He carefully observed every change. Gradually, the yellow, sand-like smoke became thinner. He could vaguely see an outline, but it was not real. It was like a dream. All the smoke dissipated. It felt as if a picture scroll was slowly unfolding in front of his eyes. It was like the tranquility of Jiangnan's water village. It was a lake, and when a cool breeze blew past, the surface of the lake would ripple with a green-blue light. It was a weeping willow. Its long and soft leaves swayed gently in the wind, like fairies. It was a house, standing on a small island in the middle of the lake. It was built with withered yellow grass and stood alone in the wind. Shenzong stood by the lake. Under his feet was the soft grass. Shenzong looked ahead with a solemn expression. Could that straw house be the place where the so-called opportunity was? Whether it was or not, he would know once he went there. Shenzong stretched out his body. Lightning filled the air. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew forward. However, he was suddenly suppressed by an invisible force and fell. The moment his feet touched the lake, the invisible force disappeared. Could it be that he could not fly? He tried again. It was indeed the case. However, it did not matter. He could not fly, but he could walk on the water. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Shenzong realized that the small island in the middle of the lake, which seemed very close, seemed to be very far away. It was as if he was looking at a mountain and running it to death. Could it be that it was an illusion like before? However, it did not seem to be, because he could feel that it was real. He could feel that he was indeed getting closer to the small island in the middle of the lake. It was just that the distance was a little far. He was not afraid. He kept performing and getting closer. His belief was extremely firm. Suddenly, Shenzong felt as if he had been teleported. After he took a step forward, the small island in the middle of the lake, which was very far away, suddenly appeared in front of him. In other words, he suddenly appeared at the edge of the small island in the middle of the lake. The straw house was very close. For a moment, Shenzong felt a little excited. Was the straw house really the place where the opportunity was? After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Shenzong took a step forward. His back was as straight as a sword, and he stepped forward courageously. The door of the straw house was closed. Shenzong tried to push it. He thought it would be difficult to open it, but he did not expect that the door, which seemed to be made of withered grass, would be easily pushed open with a gentle push. It seemed to be weightless. Fortunately, Shenzong had an amazing control of his own strength. He withdrew it as soon as he released it. Looking around, the thatched hut wasn't big. It was the size of a normal room, and the decorations inside were very simple. There was nothing on all sides except for a table in the middle. The table looked like it was woven and compressed from withered grass. In front of the withered grass table was a futon woven from withered grass. It looked very ordinary and simple. On the table, there was a book. The color of the book was the same as the withered grass. Its cover looked very rough, as if it was made of crushed withered grass. All of this surprised Shenzong. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.